Well, good morning, everybody, ladies, gentlemen. Lovely to see you all here at the Teesside University in Middlesbrough for our 2022 Tourism Management Institute Hybrid Convention. I actually used to work here in Middlesbrough 30 years ago. You can probably tell from my accent that I'm a northerner. I can't believe how much it's changed, and I was really pleasantly surprised when I came here the other evening, and I think it looks absolutely fantastic. So if there is anybody in the room who's been involved in that this morning, then congratulations, it looks amazing. So I'm Amanda Lumley, and I, up until last night, was president of the Tourism Management Institute. I'm now technically immediate past president, and I'm going to hand over to the new incoming president shortly, Tom Pridmore. But before that, I just have one or two things that I wanted to say. Before I do anything else, though, I do have to do some housekeeping with you this morning. From a fire perspective, there are no fire alarms scheduled after 9 a.m, which it is now. If there is a fire alarm, please go to your nearest exit. You can see them at the sides of the room. And toilets are located at the back of the room, just behind you. The breakout rooms are out of the main doors. There's a slight squiggle to the right and then straight ahead. And Wi-Fi, there should be Wi-Fi passcode on your tables, but if not, it's TU_visitor is the Wi-Fi, and the password is designer, all lowercase. Refreshments will be served behind you. I know some of you have been partaking already, and lunch will be served there as well later on this afternoon. We hope you'll have a fantastic day today, and we hope you will use social media as much as you possibly can. Share everywhere, and please use the hashtag TMIAC. TMIAC. Okay, fantastic. Well, first of all this morning, I would like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors. Simple View, Richard, thank you. Quality in Tourism, sadly Deborah is not able to be with us today. TXGB, Touch Stay, and the Tees Valley Combined Authority. Without your generous support, we wouldn't be able to do events like this. It's incredibly important to us, and it means a huge amount. So we're very appreciative of that, and thank you very much once more. I'd also like to thank the team at Enjoy Tees Valley for hosting us this year. So far, we've had an absolutely fantastic event. We had some great study tours yesterday afternoon. I personally went to Stockton's waterfront. I think that's amazing. I think the plans are very ambitious. They show very strong vision and ambition. And, Stockton is very similar to many other towns across the UK where decades of neglect and underspending have affected urban spaces and local places with empty shops and resultant lack of footfall and a general loss of pride in the community. So it was truly heartwarming for me to see this great example of forward-thinking, bold and very brave vision by the local authority and their associated partners. I particularly loved the restoration of the Globe Theatre, which is absolutely stunning, and the way that they're putting culture right at the heart of the community there. We had a fantastic AGM and networking event last night with Kate Nichols from UK Hospitality, who shared some insights into what's happening in government, and talked about policy and the impacts on the tourism and hospitality sector, and answered a number of questions from our very engaged audience, and it was fantastic to see you all there and enjoy a few drinks and some networking afterwards. So today we've got some very special guests and speakers, including Patricia Yates, Chief Executive of Visit Britain, Duncan Parrish, Deputy Director of Tourism and Cultural Diplomacy for DCMS, Dr. Vicky Barnes, who you're going to hear from very shortly, who's the author of Free Happiness. Becky Frau, who is the head of Tourism West Midlands Growth Company. She's going to share some insights with you on the Commonwealth Games. Darren Seward from NFU Mutual. Claire Bushby from Clockwork Marketing. Natalie Semley, who's travelled all the way up from the southwest, who lectures in Sustainable Tourism Management at Falmouth. And Alison Burr, our TMI Head of Sustainability and Director and Co-founder of Acorn Consulting. On our policy panel, we're very delighted to have Jill Hay, Managing Director of Cumbria Tourism, Kurt Jansen, who many of you will know as the former Director of the Tourism Alliance, and Patricia Yates. And hosting our breakout sessions today will be Tanuvi Ethanudandan, Chief Executive of Data Duopoly and founder, Sean Talugda, Chair of the TMI National Council now, and CEO and founder of GeoTourist, Kevin Millington, Director of Acorn Tourism Consulting, Richard Veal from Simpleview Europe, Dr. Peter Robinson, it's great to see you here, as Head of Centre for Tourism, Hospitality and Management at Leeds Beckett University. And the breakouts will be at 11:30 and 12:10. And Dr. Peter Robinson and Kevin Millington will be in the breakout meeting rooms, which are just outside the door to your right. And Richard and Sean and Tanuvi will remain in the main hall. Just for your purposes, the breakout sessions will be recorded. So if you're not happy with being recorded, then please make that known when you go into the session. Finally, I would also like to welcome today the chair and co-founder of the Institute of Event Management, Susan Spivey, and colleague Chris Pateman, who have joined us today. Welcome, it's lovely to see you both. We also have some very, very special people with us today. I'm really delighted that Rose Larty, where are you, Rose? There you are. From the University of Plymouth, who is the joint winner of the 2022 TMI Postgraduate Prize, is with us today. And I saw you earlier formally receiving your award from Tom. So congratulations, well done. We also have Michael Rankin, who was the joint prize winner from Glasgow Caledonian University. I believe Michael is joining us virtually, so congratulations, Michael, to you. And Annabelle Whitaker from the University of Chester, who was the winner of our 2022 Tourism Management Institute David Hughes Undergraduate Award. I believe Annabelle is joining us virtually as well, so please give them all a round of applause. Congratulations for your achievements. We also have 4 of our brand new TMI student ambassadors joining us in person today, and they will be hopefully networking with you and chatting to you to understand a little bit more about what you do. And hear more about the sector generally. So we have Megan Orgill from York St John, Lisa Heinzler from Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, Shane Rogers from the University of Chester, and Dominic Baker from Blackpool and Fylde. And I'd like to thank Christopher Hayes and his 4 tourism students from Tees Valley University today who have helped us out. Thank you very much for your support. They've been absolutely brilliant. We have a few faces that people will recognise of old here today, and it's great to see Colin Potts from the University of Chester. Welcome, Colin, who has brought some of his students today. And we also have a cohort from Chester, Teesside, Plymouth Arden University, University of Northampton, who are online with us today, which is in excess of 150 students. So welcome to you all. It's great to have you here with us. So apologies to some of you who were at the AGM last night. Some of the rest of my speech you will have heard already. And interestingly, great minds obviously think alike, because some of the content of Kate Nichols' speech last night is actually in mine as well. But I make no apology for re-emphasising some of that content. It is only 5 minutes since we were in Coventry last year at our first post-COVID convention, and there does continue to be significant change as we head into recovery, and also change not just in the UK but in the macro economy and the global environment. And in fact, possibly the greatest period of change that we have seen since the Second World War. We've seen the terrible war in Ukraine killing many and displacing millions more for absolutely, apparently, no rational reason. And the UK has been firm, standing side by side with our European counterparts, providing safe shelter for those refugees coming into the UK, as well as foreign aid and military support. And indeed, many of you and many of our TMI members have gone out of their way to provide support, including hosting them and helping provide them with opportunities, as well as donating. And that's probably the greatest form of hospitality that anyone can give, is providing support and shelter for those refugees. Conversely, we have also hosted the Commonwealth Games, the great bringing together of our international partners, a global celebration of all that is great about sport, diversity, culture and pride. And I'm delighted that Becky Frawl is here with us today from the Midlands team to share her learnings and experiences. The Commonwealth Games has been a true demonstration of how a city such as Birmingham can reposition itself, and demonstrates how perceptions can be changed in any destination. Lastly, we have lost our beloved Queen of 70 years, and not only gained a new king, King Charles III, but also become part of a new era, the Carolean Age, a truly exceptional period of change, turbulence, and of course opportunity, which we will no doubt reflect on in the future, probably with mixed views. Now, she said this last night, which is very weird. It was one of those sort of da-da-da-da moments, because Kate Nicholas said something very similar to this. And I can truly say that I have survived the last 2 years. I'm not sure whether it's a good or a bad thing, but I can say that during my time in this role, there have been 2 monarchs, 2 prime ministers, 4 chancellors, 4 secretaries of state for DCMS, 3 tourism ministers, 3 budgets, and a Suella Braverman. Is that correct? It might have changed by now. Can you tell me if it has, please? TMI has also continued to go through a period of change, and we focused on representing you, our members, our partners and our stakeholders, providing a consistent source of information, knowledge exchange, guidance and support, and hosting our frequent monthly Zoom meetings, collating the views and needs of our membership, and feeding into government through our strong relationships with Visit Britain, the Tourism Alliance and UK Hospitality. Last year at our convention, we had the pleasure of hearing from Nick Dubois, Chair of the Visit England Advisory Board, sharing his views and perspective on the DMO review and the Dubois report. Our TMI directors had a separate meeting with Nick and fed back from many of you on what the structure could like and your views. We are now here 12 months later, and the government has responded positively to that review, giving clarity with which to move forwards. However, with very little funding with which to make a difference. I am aware that many of you will have been in consultation with the Visit England team over the past 3 weeks, and will be feeding into your own perspectives, and they will be fed into Patricia and the team, and I'm sure they will respond accordingly with a process and a structure that can be implemented for the future. It must be said, however, that it is increasingly and incredibly disappointing that the government has continued to underfund the sector after continuously undermining financial support over the past years. The truth is that since 2009, government and local authority funding has all but evaporated and continues to do so, with 127 million less local authority sector funding in 2019 than there was in 2009. This means that tourism and destination organisations have had to become increasingly innovative in seeking private sector or grant funding, and exploring alternative ways of delivery and operations. We have always been, and continue to be, a truly innovative and persistent bunch. Foot and Mouth taught us that in the early 2000s, and the disasters in New York with the Twin Towers taught us that through 9/11. But this seems to be continuously ongoing. With the current economic situation, I am, and I know from speaking to you, many of you are more worried than ever. Let me put this into context. Over 50 local authorities nationally, and it may be that there are more. Those are only the ones I know about. They are in a position where they cannot balance their books in this financial year. This is due to unprecedented increases in their energy costs, fuel costs, staff costs, supply chain, and areas where they have mandatory responsibility: education, adult social care, waste, highways, and I could go on. These local authorities will be faced with no alternative but to cut non-mandatory services. And of course, tourism is one of those. Tourism activities, staff, associated services, events. Sadly, tourism continues to be a non-mandatory service. Tourism is something that is not important, that we do not prioritise, that is totally undervalued and overlooked. It is a sector worth £106 billion, supporting 2.6 million jobs in England. In 2020, during the height of the COVID pandemic and post the initial lockdown in March, the general public missed their trip to the pub. They missed eating out. They missed being able to visit relatives and stay away and take a holiday and enjoy attractions, experiences, and amazing locations. It was incredibly missed. We were all desperate for it to become normal again. So does the government want tourism or not? It seems to me that we still need to continue to shift the perception of tourism away from a fluffy sector to something that is fundamental to our health, our well-being, our friends, our family, and our community. Something that provides not just economic impact, conditions for growth and investment, but also something that should not just be taken for granted, but should be protected and supported. The sector needs more funding to do this, and the Tourism Management Institute will continue to be a voice in this space, asking the government to do more. I'm very, very delighted that we will have representatives from Visit Britain and DCMS speaking here today, and I hope that you will use this opportunity to speak to them directly and to explain to them how it is in your region, and to ask them to feed back what you are experiencing directly to government. A major commitment in the last convention to you all was to engage in sustainability in a more meaningful way during the past 12 months and to consider a code of conduct for our members, as well as how we provide better support and information and content. And I am therefore delighted that we have appointed Alison Burr as our Head of Sustainability. She will be exploring the opportunity to create a statement of intent and a professional code of conduct, and how we can support you all. Alison is here today, and please do find her if you are interested in joining a specialist working group, which she's in the process of setting up. please talk to her about the types of resources you need and the support you would like TMI to provide. She'll be there, she'll be listening, and she'll be looking forward to having those conversations with you. Alison, I don't know where you are, but maybe you can make yourself known. That's Alison. Thank you. Okay. It's been a year of consolidation as well for TMI. Our recognition for university partners has continued with the fantastic support of Joyce Cawthorpe, who I have to say is a human dynamo. And we now have 25 university partners to ensure to run our accredited TMI courses. And we've been delighted most recently to welcome Arden University into membership for the first time. And it's great they're here virtually today. Our main new initiative was the launch of our TMI Student Ambassador Programme in March 2022, and 11 of our 25 university partners have nominated a student ambassador who, some of you are here today, so welcome, and I know you're all very passionate about tourism and destination management and very keen to learn more about future opportunities. And I'd like to thank Joyce and Dr. Maeve Marbian, who's our head of CPD, because they've been fantastic in taking this forwards. Now, just before I finally sign off as your president formally, I would just like to say a big thank you to our board of directors who have helped me and supported me, and our new incoming directors from last night, who are Becky Frawle and Catherine Davis. Great to have you on board, and welcome. It's been a privilege for me and a pleasure to be able to contribute to the work of this amazing organisation. It's been very tough for everybody over the last 2 years, but working with all of you has been truly engaging, inspirational, and very heartwarming for me. You are the most amazing community, and I'm very, very proud to be part of it. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to ask you please to put your hands together and give a very, very warm welcome to our new incoming president, Tom Pridmore.
First of all, can I thank you all for this honour and this opportunity and this gong. I've never had a gong before. And let me tell you, it means so much to me that I actually lost my phone this morning in this room for 15 minutes and didn't notice because I was so intent on looking after the gong. Welcome everybody, and welcome everybody virtually as well. We've got people across the country. I'm going to whiz through this. It doesn't say it on the programme, but I'm actually your host for the day. And we clearly need to stick to time, so we'll do a bit of a gallop through this. But first thing that I must say, and repeating a little bit what I said last night, but very briefly, thank you to Amanda, because we've had 2 years from how do you describe it? I don't know. And Amanda has seen us through those 2 years. She's kept the organisation together. She's led us. We've become a virtual community. And I think another round of applause for Amanda for 2 fantastic years. Thank you. So tourism, visitor economy, people place, or whatever we want to call it this week to get the grant, is a fantastic industry. To both work in and with. It's creative, it changes people, it changes places. And I know it's cheesy, but going back, it makes dreams come true for people, our visitors. So we're in a really powerful industry. But what I find really special about it and unique, any other industry sector, I think, is the fact that we work together and we work in partnership. And we all see it in our day jobs with our tourism partnerships. But we see it here in TMI as well, because we're actually competitors. I've never really thought about it until this morning. We're actually competing for the same visitors, but we all work together. We share ideas, creation, innovation. And no more importantly in the present time, and who knows what, at the end of this convention, the world will look like again, the way things are changing with the government. Anyway, the TMI has been really good to me, and it's been very good for me on my career, and I send that message out to all the students watching. It's a worthwhile organisation to be part of. It's a fantastic focus for new ideas, new friendships, and new opportunities. I've always called this annual convention my annual battery charge. There's something about it, and I can see people nodding. You know what I mean? Because a lot of us work in fairly small teams or individually, and actually this event is something where we can all come together and realise we're not on our own, and we can learn from each other. So welcome everybody to your annual battery charge. We have an extremely full programme. I'm intent on keeping to time, or catching up already on time, because we're a little bit late starting. It's my job to do that, and I apologise in advance if we cut people short, speakers short, and we don't have questions. But most, if not all, of the speakers will be around for the networking breaks. So please use those opportunities. I'm not going to introduce each of the speakers in great detail because their bios are actually online. You have all those, but we have some fantastic speakers today. I'm really pleased. But first of all, I'd like to invite Charlie Kemp, who I've met briefly, who is from our host here, and I will say a few words after about my first impression of Tees Valley. Charlie.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Tees Valley Combined Authority, it's a real privilege to welcome you to Middlesbrough and the Tees Valley. For those of you who are here in person, I hope your time with us is full of inspiration, thought-provoking discussion and adventurous exploration. And for those online, come and see us soon. I'd like to thank TMI for choosing the Tees Valley as the destination for this year's conference. As we've heard, the last 2 years have been incredibly challenging for the tourism industry. But as attitudes of visitors and consumers have orientated towards the opportunities presented by domestic destinations and independent providers, the importance of the visitor economy to recovery and growth beyond recovery has become increasingly clear. For ambitious and emerging destinations such as Tees Valley, there is now more room to present a compelling and complementary proposition. There are lesser-known stories to be shared, new landscapes to be explored, new local cuisine to indulge in, new cultural moments to be absorbed by. Culture and tourism was designed into the fabric of the Tees Valley Combined Authority from the outset, with the recognition that the investment in the creativity and vibrancy of our place would deliver dividends for local communities and be critical towards our work towards economic regeneration and prosperity. Since its inception in 2016, the Combined Authority's scope and activity have evolved significantly. We've done a lot in a short space of time, and our commitment to growing the creative and visitor economies has become more pronounced and cross-cutting. This spring, we launched our £20 million growth programme for the creative and visitor economies, which will see us invest to build a sustainable creative cluster in the region, supercharge the growth of a year-round festivals and events offer, strengthen our destination products, and grow the profile and reach of our destination brand. For those of you who want to dig a bit further into this, I encourage you to visit the new industry section of our Enjoy Tees Valley website. Our DMP is there to read, and you'll also get a feel for the assets and resources that we're developing on behalf of our regional businesses and partners. And I should just say thank you to Adam from Blue Sail for his support in developing that DMP with us. But in the short time that I have with you to speak to you this morning, I wanted to share a few of the highlights of the work we're doing. The mighty River Tees runs across Tees Valley and out to our stunning northeast coastline. In the coming years, our destination offer will increasingly celebrate our natural assets and connect people with water and the great outdoors. From our Olympic standard whitewater course in Stockton, our new waterside cinema in Redcar, opening tonight, across the stories of our maritime and industrial heritage to next July's tall ships event in Hartlepool, our landscapes will be embedded in our story of growth. Festivals and events are critical to the proposition of a place and act as a magnet for drawing local communities and visitors together. In an ever-growing national market, ensuring an offer that is place-based and distinctive is essential. And over the next 4 years, we're investing £2 million in the scaling up of 9 high-growth potential Indigenous festivals. That portfolio includes, but isn't limited to, Festival of Thrift, the UK's Festival of Sustainability, Middlesbrough Art Weekender, the largest visual arts festival in the North East, Taste of Africa, an annual celebration of black culture and community, and Hullabaloo in the Park, a new outdoor festival led by the team behind the only purpose-built children's theatre north of London. The organisations behind these incredible festivals will have financial support from us, yes, but also access to a bespoke programme of tailored business development to ensure their sustainability and future well-being. their scale-up must be sustainable. A new bidding and buying strategy connects to that aspiration for sustainability and will ensure that when visiting events come to the region, they do so with a clarity of the added value that they bring and what they leave behind here that we can keep, whether it be opportunities for supply chain businesses, embedding new skills, or an enhanced profile of our homegrown offer. For those of you who've been here overnight and took part in yesterday's study tours, I should thank as well partners from America and Cleveland and from Stockton who helped to facilitate those tours. You'll perhaps have experienced some of the fantastic independent businesses we have in the region, and you'll be pleased to know that telling their stories, building their connectivity and celebrating their talents is central to the work of Enjoy Tees Valley. There is a spirit of determination and enterprise in this place that really is special. People get on and make stuff happen here. This is particularly true within our food and drink sector, and this, along with better connection of our heritage narratives, will be a real focus for us as we work to develop our destination products. Finally, in 2025, we'll be celebrating the 200th anniversary of the Stockton and Darlington Railway, an internationally groundbreaking innovation as the world's first public railway to use steam locomotives. But as with everything we're doing here, this will be a celebration of the foundations of this place that were laid by what has gone before, whilst also being an opportunity for boldly looking to the future, where Tees Valley continues to challenge expectations around connectivity, green travel, sustainable tourism, and net zero industry. So I'd like to repeat my welcome to you all. We're very proud to be working in this special place, and we hope that your time with us gives you a sense of the possibility that drives us. We'd love to connect with you, and my colleagues from Enjoy Tees Valley are at the back there, so do come and chat to us. We'd love to learn from your experience, and we look forward to joining the discussions that will take place through the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of your time here, and come back soon.
Thank you very much for that welcome, Charlie. And would you please take our thanks and appreciation to all your colleagues across all the organisations and authorities that have been involved in welcoming us. We're used to being welcomed to a destination, but what impressed me yesterday on the fantastic walking tours, and I'll just quickly divert onto our walking tour of Stockton, which was kind of perfect, because I've been on some walking tours over the years, and I tell you, that was right up there. It was informative, it was welcoming, it was interesting, it was absolutely on time, and there was cake. Twice. Okay? Seriously, absolutely brilliant. And what's impressed me more than just the welcome is actually the pride, and also the pride to have TMI here. You were really proud that TMI chose you, and I think that came out in everybody we met. So thank you very much for that.
Hello everyone, nice to see you. I'm just going to click back on my slide so you can see, oh, it works. I love it when technology works. So yeah, I'm Vicky Barnes. I met quite a few of you last night, so it's nice to see you. And I'm a clinical psychologist by profession, but I own a company called Positive Wellbeing. I'm not officially in the tourism industry, but I have learned a lot already and hopefully can share a lot of insights. So I guess I am here to talk about happy people creating the best cultures. That's kind of my strap line for my business. And I think that it's really aligned with what you're doing here. And I'm not going to talk about what a tough time we've had, because we can all do that and we know that. What I'm going to talk about is what can we do about it. So I know that we're not out of the woods yet, but actually I quite like the woods. It's a nice place to be. So if you change your mindset about where you are, it's actually okay. And we're never going to be out of the woods, right? That's kind of where we live. We're surrounded by woods wherever you go. So if we think of it differently, we just need to move through, don't we? We just need to keep going. So one of my programs is called Sustainable Happiness. How about that? Lots of talk about sustainability today, and it's one of my personal passions. And what sustainable happiness is it's focusing on mindset, mental health, and well-being as something that's just as important as all of the other areas of sustainability. So my business, Positive Wellbeing, it's all about people and planet health. So I think that it can't be more aligned to what you do in the tourism industry, and everything I've heard about, it's just fascinated me. And I just wanted to make a nod to a couple of things that have been said so far last night and this morning about how maybe the tourism industry isn't being prioritised as it should be. So I've been thinking last night when I went to bed, my head was whirring, and this morning I woke up thinking, how can we do that? And I'd like to help. And I think that one of those ways is to think about something that's massively changing in societies, progressive societies and cultures and influential thinkers at the moment, which is, you might have heard of this, but they are moving away from GDP as a measure of success and moving towards what's called a well-being economy. And I'm a member of something called the Wellbeing Economy Alliance, and I'm going to just kind of weave that in a little bit today, because I think that's a real opportunity for the tourism industry and for me to help you with that, hopefully. So let's inspire today. So I've got a little story to start with, and you're allowed to smile at me, because I'm the happiness specialist. So when I tell you this story, feel free to smile. So it's kind of a post-disaster positivity tourism type story. So it's the first thing that came to my mind when I was thinking about what I could start with. So do you remember a few years ago when Hurricane Irma hit the British Virgin Islands and parts of the Caribbean and America? Absolutely decimated some of the islands, including Richard Branson's Necker Island and a lot of people's homes locally and workplaces. Now, I was working for Virgin at the time, so it wasn't completely random. I was asked to go over and help to set up a mental health service after the hurricane because they had lots of physical support with rebuilding the communities, but not the mental health support. They hadn't got it in place. So I went over there and I spent a month working with not only the teams within the Virgin group, but I said, well, if I'm working with staff, I also want to work with the communities and the local people. So I did that, and I met a wonderful guy called Kumbar, and he was about 7 foot tall, West Indian man, taxi driver, and he had dreadlocks as long as he was. And he was brilliant, and I spoke to him about the impact of the hurricane, and obviously it had completely obliterated tourism, and he was a taxi driver mainly for tourists, taking them to and from the airport and on the islands. So when he told me the story, he'd been kind of split away from his wife from the hurricane because he was working and she was at home when it hit, and they had a young child, and telecommunications were lost, and it was completely, everything was obliterated. So in that moment, he didn't know whether they were alive or not, and they really went through a tricky time. But what he said was, one of the things that was on his mind was that he would lose his job, and he would lose people wanting to come to see them on the islands. And he said to me that above all else, and I wouldn't tell his wife this, but not being recorded, am I? Above all else, what he was most fearful of was losing the smiles of the tourists. And I thought, that's really interesting, because what he didn't say was, I'm going to struggle with money. He didn't care about the finances. He cared about the feeling and the joy of people coming to see him on the island, and he could take them around. So I promised to go back and smile at him someday, and I promised to tell his story so that if anybody ever wants to go to the BVI, find that 7 foot tall West Indian taxi driver called Kumbar and just smile at him, and you will make his day. So I'm just going to move the slides on. You've got a choice. You can either ponder about what's on the slides or listen to me, because it's slightly different. But if you don't find me interesting, then you might find the slides interesting instead. You've got a choice there. So hands up. Who would like to think and to help others think more positively? Okay, not many people without their hands raised. These are the people I pick on. No, I'm kidding. I'm not picking on anyone. So one of my other passions is neuropsychology, and I did a master's a few years ago, and I find it fascinating. And the most fascinating thing I think about the brain is that we are all so much more in control of our brains than we realize. So we can actually change the chemistry of our brain, and we're going to do that now. Are you up for it? Yeah, I love it. Yeah, willing subjects. Right, we all need to get wired up to machines, and I've got a little scalpel, and it won't hurt a bit. No, it's fine. Your brain doesn't have any nerve endings, so it's all fine. So 90% of our thoughts daily are repetitive and or negative. That's because of something called negativity bias. It's a human condition. We all have it. We all suffer from it. And it's because of the fight-flight response, I'm sure you've heard of. Yeah? And cortisol whirring around in our brains. So if something were to happen today and a saber-toothed tiger burst through the door, I mean, that would be weird for a start because we're in Middlesbrough, and I don't believe that they have a lot of them. But if that were to happen, just for example, our fight-flight, cortisol, stress hormones, all of that negativity would fire into place. It's got to be there. It's a little bodyguard in our brains constantly looking for threat. That's fine, it keeps us safe. However, negativity bias means we focus on that way too much, and we need to try and counteract that. How do we do that? We counteract the negatives with positives, that's one way. I haven't got a lot of time with you today, so I can only do one or two things with you today. But we do a lot of problem-focused techniques. So our society is built around what's the problem and how do we fix it. Positive psychology is my passion, and it's completely the opposite. I focus on what's right, and let's do more of that. Because by default then, the problems go away. I can almost promise you that. But we're focusing more on the good stuff, which is just a nicer way to live, right? It's a happier way to be. So that's what we're going to do. It takes approximately 3 to 5 positive thoughts to counteract a negative thought, because remember, 90% of them are negative and or repetitive. So we've got to work at it, we do. And you will know, I'm not going to point any fingers, but you will know who the pessimists and optimists are in the room. You know whether you're a negative thinker or whether you're a positive thinker naturally. And that doesn't matter because it's easy to do, super easy, and we can all do it. So let's give it a try. I want you to find your left prefrontal cortex for me. Brilliant, perfect, right there. Like, I think it might be here because it's at the front and on the left. Perfect, I love it, I love it. Or you're a brain surgeon and actually you just know this stuff. So your left prefrontal cortex is here, so if you just want to give that a little tap, just wake it up. It's amazing what you can get people to do in a room when you've got a microphone. Did we get a picture of that? Get them to do silly things, just be ready. So your left prefrontal cortex is where your happiness center is. So when we're wired up to brain imaging machines, that's what lights up when we're happy and when we're having positive thoughts. So all I want you to do is really simply to just bring about a moment in your mind that was positive. So maybe the last time you genuinely felt really happy, the last time you laughed, the last time you felt really safe and secure. Just bring a memory, a happy memory, something that you like. Got it? Have you got it? Okay, now I just want you to, just for 30 seconds, tell your neighbour about it. Okay, go ahead. You don't have long, be brief. Ten seconds left. Tick-tock. Okay, I'm going to bring you back into the room now. I'm going to try and keep us on time. I've lost the room. Okay, bringing you back. I know it's lovely talking about positive things. I've opened a can of worms, a can of positivity. If you can hear me, say shh. Ah, look at that. Wonderful. The only time it's good to shush is when everybody's shushing. And we're all shushing each other and it's all fair. So tell me, how did it feel? Whether you were a listener or a speaker, just shout out. How did it feel? Love. Brilliant. What did you notice about the person telling you the story? Perfect. Okay. Okay, so this is good stuff, right? And it is so easy, but we don't spend enough time doing it. Now, this isn't rocket science. It kind of is brain science, it's neuroscience, but it's so straightforward. It's just one thing that we can do, which is you have just changed the chemistry in your brain. If you were all wired up to an fMRI machine or an EEG machine, you would see your left prefrontal cortex firing bright red, and that means that any stress hormone, cortisol, the fight-flight response that you may have been feeling about that tricky conversation you had yesterday, or the fact that you forgot to say something to somebody, or something's going wrong, or finances, or an argument, or whatever it might be, that would have all dissipated because your happy hormones, so your oxytocin and serotonin and all those lovely things, would be taking over the left prefrontal cortex and washing through the rest of your brain, through the synapses and through the neurons and things like that. It's that straightforward. So in that moment, you have these happy feelings. Now, your brain super clever as it is also a little bit stupid. Not just, I'm not being mean, like all of us. All of our brains are a little bit stupid in that they don't know what's real and what's not real. So by remembering that moment, your brain thinks you're back there in terms of chemicals. So that's how easy that is. So, wow, you just changed the chemistry of your brain right there. What's the point in this? Well, we are full of neural pathways, and we have 60 million thoughts a day or something like that on average. The more positive thoughts you can have, the more positive an environment your brain will be. And you're living with your brain all the time. You can't get away from it. So the more we can do that, the better. Now, we do have to work on that, because I bet that if I asked you, any one of you in the room, if this has happened to you, you will agree with me. How many of you have experienced one of those days where everything's kind of gone okay, but then one thing went wrong, and when you get home or speak to your friends, partners, whatever it might be, you focus on that one thing that went wrong, and they say, how's your day? And you go, oh my God, this guy cut me up on the motorway and it really annoyed me. Or somebody at work said something really, really hurtful. Or I had a review, and there was, she was just saying that my manager said I didn't do very well on this one thing. Everything else was fine about your day, and then that becomes a bad day. And this is how the negativity spiral works. So we just need to really help ourselves and help our minds. And the reason that I think that this leads to sustainable happiness and change, and why it's so important in all of our industries really, is that it starts with us. So thinking back, remember Kumbar, the guy in the BVI? If he's happy and he's getting a smile from his person, that's his world. Then tourism is, in his mind, it's more positive. If it starts with us, we feel better, it snowballs to other people, they feel better. It's a bit like what Kate was talking about yesterday with the halo effect she talked about when a big event happens in the country, it brings lots of tourism in, there's a halo effect of about 10 months afterwards, I think she said. It's the same as that. So if you do something positive for somebody, a smile, or recall a positive moment, you are much more likely to then boost your own happy hormones, so do something nicer for somebody else. But it's a double whammy, because they're also more likely to do the same for somebody else. So you've got that lovely snowball effect or halo effect in the same way. And in any industry, if our people, our workforce, is feeling better about ourselves, it has to start with us, then we are more able to regenerate that for our teams and our communities. And that's why I say that happy people create the best cultures, because they really do. And the GDP to well-being economy thing, I think, is absolutely right. Because there's this concept in positive psychology called the positivity performance connection. And what that's about is it's about soft skills leading to hard results. So yes, we need the money, we need the finances, we need the growth. Of course we do. But we can get that through being positive and being happy and being well. And actually, that's a much more efficient and effective way to achieve that. So if we start with the right things, which in my world is people and well-being and happiness, it will lead to all of this other stuff. And we don't have to focus on the problems, we can focus on everything that's already going well. So it begins with us. Happy people create the best cultures. Thank you very much.
First of all, thank you, Vicky, for that. That's great. Great start to the event. Any quick questions? Because we are running to time. Over in the... sorry, I should have mentioned, if you are asking a question, please use the microphone, because that's the only way our online guests will be able to hear you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Chris Pateman from the Institute of Event Management. I just wonder if there's any way we can get feedback from the people who are participating online. Because sitting next to this lady and hearing about what she's planning to do tomorrow, there was a big grin to both of our faces, because there was this social interaction. And it said again to me, the value of meeting face to face. So I'd be really interested to hear what feedback we get from the people who are not able to be with us face to face, and get a sense of what their understanding of the audience experience is.
Hello, Robin here. I'm just going to jump straight in there. Firstly, if you're holding the microphone in the audience, please hold it about this distance from your mouth. Otherwise, those on remotely won't be able to hear you. But secondly, Fran over there is monitoring the Zoom and the questions. and having a look at all the chat coming in. And Fran, do we have any questions coming in from those remote?
Not a question, but in response to that question, yeah, we have had some feedback through the chat, just saying yes, they have managed to kind of have a positive thought, and thank you to Siobhan, who is online, who has shared that thought with her cat. So they are very much trying to be involved.
I love it. I love it. That's brilliant.
Thanks. Hopefully that answered that question, and I'll give the microphone back to our student helper again.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Vicky. Before you go, thank you very much. Are you with us for the rest of the day? Yeah. Fantastic. Talk to Vicky. Inspirational. And thank you for opening our event day today.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure.
Great to be here and lovely to see you all. Thanks very much for having me. I work for the West Midlands Growth Company as Head of Tourism, and I'm going to give you a fly-through of the preparation delivery of our programme, which is dedicated to the legacy of the Commonwealth Games and making sure we really embed the benefits that we know come from these global events into the region. So, I didn't get a clicker. Oh, thank you. That's great. I usually manage to push backwards when I try this, so... Oh, did you hear that noise? I'm doing that on this. Is it not working? That's all right. Yeah. Brilliant. So, we are all in training, and you've heard this already from Amanda, because we are not a statutory service. So, we can never assume our funding is guaranteed. And for those of us who also rely on commercial funding, we've seen over the past couple of years that that's a very volatile area to rely on as well, isn't it? So what's critical to us is our relationships, our stakeholder management, how we interact with our businesses, who are the frontline service of what we actually do. And this training was incredibly important for us when we were asked at very short notice to bid for the 2022 Commonwealth Games. It was actually meant to be somewhere else. We had a really short timescale to bring the bid together, and we had 2 years less than the usual cycle to actually deliver it. So those relationships were really critical to us being able to deliver what we needed to, not only in a shorter time frame, but also with the joys of COVID as well. And we knew that the circus could come and go quite quickly, and we wanted to make sure that we embedded some of those benefits that come with a major event in the region and with the country as well. Here's a picture of Andy Street. Some of you will know him from events of old. He's a really important advocate for tourism. He recognises the value of the sector in the region. And in building what became known as the Business and Tourism Programme, which made sure that we could deliver inward investment pipeline, capital attraction, and a growth in visitors as a result of the Commonwealth Games, we had to do that at scale, which interestingly, sometimes government departments and Treasury sitting in London need a lot of encouragement and confidence to be built that a regional agency can do something like that at the scale that was needed. So all of the relationships with our local authority destinations, with our politicians, and bringing in work with colleagues at Visit Britain, for example, were critical to making sure that we could land this programme. So, the Business and Tourism Programme had several aims, one of which, you won't be surprised to hear, was raising awareness and changing perceptions. Because I don't know if any of you have had the experience in your own destinations, and I've spoken to colleagues up here as well. Sometimes you say a destination name and people look at you and say, tourism? Or, what are you going to go there for? And so we know that we have to work extra hard, but once we get people here, as we've all experienced from being up in Middlesbrough over the past couple of days, it's the showing people what the assets are that really starts to convert them to being champions and ambassadors for our destinations. So this Business and Tourism Programme, spoiler alert, actually came off Here's a picture of the joint work that we did with Visit Britain India in hosting a fam trip, and they're outside the Sandwell Aquatic Centre, which is the only venue that we had to build from scratch in order to deliver this Commonwealth Games. The partnership with Visit Britain is critical, and it enabled us to get to know their in-country teams in Canada, India and Australia, which were the core markets for us from a visitor perspective. And it was not only the contacts there that the teams had already, it's that those in-market teams are our ambassadors. So it was as important to us that our colleagues in market got to know about the content and the assets that we've got in our West Midlands destinations, so that they can then carry on and sell and be those champions for us post-event. So we had the training, we'd done all of those relationship pieces. In terms of the warm-up, it was really important to us that we didn't just sail through a lot of behind-the-scenes preparation and then suddenly the games lands, because it's only 2 weeks. It's a really short amount of time for a long period of preparation. And so what we did is we structured our programme of delivery around following the Queen's baton to the 72 countries and territories that make up the Commonwealth. And we highlighted those places where we wanted to attract visitors from in particular. And it meant that we established ways of working with our partners in DCMS, with Visit Britain, with DIT, and regionally, so that when the games time came, we were all prepped and ready to go. Unfortunately, COVID hit. Sorry, not sure where the sound's gone. So for some of these showcase events, talking about the West Midlands, we had to go digital, and this was a co-commissioned projection down in Sydney Harbour that we did with Visit Britain Australia team. And you can see the branding there for our international marketing all came under the GREAT campaign, because it was genuinely a UK-wide event and opportunity that enabled us to talk so much about not only England, but also the West Midlands. So as part of this warm-up period, we delivered 130 events in 9 markets, and that includes the colleagues across the inward investment and the capital attraction as well, and that really helped to get a buzz going around the activity. Interestingly, as we've spoken about yesterday, and I'm sure you've all experienced, there's a lot of change in personnel around many of our visitor attractions, across our destinations. So really important to us was to get the training right, because there were many people who didn't have that embedded knowledge about what the region had to offer, that excellence in customer service that we know are the critical things that bring people back again and again. So this was our training recruitment video for our local employers, if it's going to work. If it's not, we'll go on to the next thing. Or I'll let Graham have a little press and see. Oh, it worked every other time. You know what it's like. These little glitches. He's doing something fancy now. Don't worry. No, not at all. I'm sure these slides will come out and then you can watch it in your own free time. A little bit of motivational, upbeat excitement. No, don't worry at all. On, we can go. Oh. Let it happen. And really, a word to all of our students who've joined us online. You can just see from that, if you sort of think back to the slide with all of the types of jobs that make up the visitor economy, we were really particular with the training agency that we worked with, that we wanted it to be a genuinely inclusive and to represent all of those first-line people, whether that's the bus driver who welcomes you on from the station, whether that's the street sweeper, whether that's the cafe owner. All of those people make up the experience that we have as visitors, and that's the kind of community that we know that we create within the visitor destinations. So hang in there, there will be your perfect job just waiting for you, because it's such a rich area of work. So the games landed, woohoo! And we made sure through all of that preparation work that we were almost completely ready. The team worked well over capacity for the whole time, but this 2 weeks was probably the most intense of my whole career, and it was fantastic. So we had 8 FAM trips, cumulatively 31 days of hosting over the 11 days of the games. We took them to 13 sporting events and ceremonies. This is the Sandwell Aquatic Centre that we spoke about earlier. And here's the hockey at the University of Birmingham. And the result of having live broadcast every single day from across Birmingham city centre, but from Cannock Chase with mountain biking in the north through to Coventry in the south, sharing the velodrome that had served the Olympics down in London was absolutely fantastic. And we had the gorgeous Claire Balding, who I'm sure you're all as fond of as I am, and her co-hosts, really delivering beautiful off-the-cuff comments. You couldn't have scripted them, that were super positive about Birmingham and about the destinations. And it's things like that that we cannot buy. We couldn't have afforded to pay for that. And it was really heartening to see that when people actually come to the city, they fall in love with it. And that is the thing which starts to create our ambassadors and to change those perceptions. The team went over and above. This is one of our India FAM trips, and the team are doing their face painting before they went to the India match at Edgbaston. We had ongoing interviews, broadcast and print. This is the chair of our regional tourism board, Andrew Lovett, who is also the chief exec of the Black Country Living Museum, which is one of the locations for the Peaky Blinders filming. The Birmingham 2022 Festival ran from March to September alongside the sporting events. This was one of the pieces of commissioned work that I love. It's by an artist called Haider Ali, who's a Pakistani truck artist. And this bus will now be a story bus that goes round to our local schools and does literature with all of the children. So a really beautiful, bright piece of art, as you can see. And our mechanical bull was our unexpected new visitor attraction. It attracted 20 times the footfall across Centenary Square that we would normally see, and people fell in love with it. So that was a delightful focal point for Birmingham City Centre for people who were just coming in to experience the games. Birmingham's got a really strong business tourism offer. 87% hotel occupancy in August is an absolute record. It peaked at 95% over that middle weekend. Really incredible. 5 million visitors came, 2 billion eyes on us from worldwide global broadcasting. Again, we could never have paid for that exposure, and it was so positive. We managed to work with our businesses in that warm-up year. We've created 32 new bookable products, which we've been able to put into distribution channels into those core markets. And the cherry on the cake for them there was the fact that we were then able to bring FAM trips to them because we knew they were trade ready. These were our visitor welcomers. You might notice the slight similarity with their three-piece tweed suits. No, they're not sofas. So we're not allowed to say Peaky Blinders, of course. We're not licensed to have Peaky Blinders. But these guys welcomed, had detailed interactions with over 45,000 visitors, and they went out across the region. 130,000 steps from our FAM trips on average. This was our Canadian group with Visit Britain going into Purnell's restaurant, one of our Michelin-starred restaurants in Birmingham. And then we actually took Glyn Purnell out to be an ambassador with us when we did the Canada showcase. We have had, of people who recognise our domestic campaign, when we surveyed their perceptions, 80% of those people then said they were far more likely to visit than the people who hadn't seen it, and of those, only 14% said they were likely to visit. So we've not only measured our outputs, we're also trying to look forward and measure the outcomes from the work that we're doing too. And our evaluation period finishes in 2027, so that we can really look at the change effects that this global event has had for us. Brilliant international coverage. Can't tell you, knocking on doors for years. Suddenly, they're all knocking on our door. Condé Nast, Rough Guide, Lonely Planet, you name it, we had them in. Really, really heartening metrics coming from that as well. Now, I've got a few hurdles, Tom. I can just finish there on all of the glory. Do I have time to go through? Are we good? Another couple of minutes? I'll go fast. Did it all run smoothly? Did it heck. But just between you and I'll give you a little insight into some of those slightly more interesting bits. Week 2 of the games, I was conducting from my bedroom study. So not a few tears of frustration. COVID still did get in the way of some activity, but the team was brilliant and stepped up, of course. This is my colleague Martin, who is here. Don't know if this is going to play either. Oh yeah, there we go. He's waving off one of our Visit Britain Canada groups. He'd been with them all week, and he'd used his little Canada flag as really the touch point. And what can I say? Fortunately, they found it really funny. The Queen's baton is really a figurehead of the games. It goes all around the world. I'd put a weekend on the Canada Showcase because I've got relatives in London, Ontario, and I got a call on the Sunday lunchtime. They said, we haven't got anyone to take the baton back to the UK. Would you pick it up? Yeah, that's fine. So did this sort of dodgy drop in the central station before I went to Toronto Airport. It took me half an hour to get through security with 9 security personnel, supervisors and managers before I could convince them that nothing was going to set fire. But the funniest thing for me was that when I got home, I've got 2 teenagers, and they weren't picking up the baton for a couple of days. And unbeknownst to me, I'm not sure if you can read this, but it says, guess what I found in the fridge? And this is what the teens had been doing with the baton. So, yeah, honestly, don't tell anyone. And I'm going to skip over this so you don't see it for too long, but there are actually 2 batons, but nobody's meant to know. So one has all the electrics and the monitors and the lights. The other one is for taking across the water if you're going to do like swimming or kayaking or something, so the whole thing doesn't get trashed. So I have skipped over that quite quickly because, of course, it's a completely illicit photo, but I just wanted to share some of those other rather informal highlights of the games. So thank you for your time. I'm around. Please ask any questions, and it's been great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Effervescent, delightful, all happy, lots of smiles. Can we take just one quick question? Colin.
Great stuff, Becky. What are you going to bid for next?
Well, we have got a massive pipeline. We're not going to land them all, but when I do a graph looking at what we've had in the pipeline, sort of this sort of size, it's exponentially grown to this sort of size. So I'm not going to break any confidences of things which are in the pipeline, and we know we won't get everything, and congratulations to Liverpool for landing Eurovision. We're very delighted for you, after we'd got rid of the rage. But we will be really aiming for at the top level because we have demonstrated that Birmingham can deliver really successfully. So we'll get back to you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Becky. Becky is around all day, so if you've got any specific questions for her, but what a great story, what a great event, and another big smile.
Thank you very much. Right, so the first thing to say is, what on earth is an insurance man doing stood on this stage in front of you? So the first thing I'm going to actually promise is I'm not going to talk about insurance. Second thing I'm going to promise is I work for the NFU Mutual, but I'm not going to talk about sheep, cows, pigs, or anything else either. Honest. So, why am I here? So the NFU Mutual is the largest hospitality insurer in the UK. Now, up until recently, I was one of their head office people, boo, hiss, and all the rest of it, until I went to work for a local agency down in Hampshire. Now, the way the NFU Mutual works is when we actually sell to people, we don't sell in the traditional way. What we actually like to do is actually understand what the priorities are, what the challenges are, what the obstacles are, and what the opportunities are for the businesses we want to work with. And then we actually find a way to help those businesses with those things. So, an area that I actually have specialised in, and I'm still continuing to work with a lot of businesses in, is that of cyber, and how it actually affects the hospitality industry. Now, in my new job as a partner in one of our Hampshire agencies, I spend a lot of time actually with hospitality businesses face to face, understanding what those priorities are, what those challenges are, what those opportunities are. And I hate to say it, but one thing they are all pretty much business to business, blissfully unaware of, is the challenge of cyber to them. Quite frighteningly so. So, what I'm going to talk to you all about today is how does it actually affect those businesses? And right at the end, what can they do about it? Because that would be unfair, wouldn't it? If I tell you how it's going to actually damage them and then not give you an answer. Right. Now, does this surprise anybody? After retail, hospitality is actually the most attacked industry for cyber. Frightening, isn't it? Because when I say that to hoteliers who I work with on a day-to-day basis, they're going, no, not really, but it's the reality. And we actually have that PwC report that actually proves that to them. Why? Why would cyber criminals want to actually attack the hospitality industry? The long and the short of it is, if you think about the amount of information that hotels and other hospitality businesses hold on their customers, it's phenomenal. In fact, it's actually more than the retail industry. So, without wanting to actually be a bit of a doom monger, especially after our first session today from the good doctor, I would expect probably hospitality to actually become the most attacked industry in the next few years. Simply because they've got all that lovely credit card data, they've got all that lovely information around people's addresses, they've got all that fantastic information about when people are actually away from their houses. It's a huge, huge, huge amount of data. That's why. Right, so what happens? Why is it so important to a hotel? Now, when I'm actually talking to them, I talk in terms of the following things. If you get attacked, your reputation is damaged. Your name will be up in the local newspapers, it will be on various social media forums, and you're going to have a problem actually getting guests to stay at your hotel. There is a large hotel in the general area of where I now work who had a cyber attack. They had just spent £3.5 million on a refurbishment. The cyber attack happened within months of them opening. They are now bankrupt. So, actually being attacked, that reputational angle is huge, absolutely huge. If your customers are so inclined, and again, we see this, they are likely to actually end up mounting a lawsuit against you for loss of data, particularly if they then get attacked as a result of their data being compromised. There will be financial repercussions, as I've just said, with that particular hotel and any other one that does get attacked. Now, the bit that many hotels I actually work with and other hospitality businesses, pubs, guest houses, B&Bs, the whole variety, is how do they get attacked, which is what I'm going to talk to you mainly about. Right, this one. How many of you have actually paid for something using one of those little wonderful card machines that they bring round to you that aren't connected to anything by a wire? I would imagine everyone in this room, probably. Yes. Right, there's a fantastic little piece of malware, and it has many names. Hydropos, Abaddon, Plutus. I love the way they give these fantastic little names when they actually create these little bits of malware. Now, what actually happens is those machines run on Wi-Fi. Anyone starting to see the problem? I could actually now send you all one of these little pieces of malware because I have a little collection of them that during my travels and doing my last role and doing my new role. And what happens is those machines often run on Wi-Fi in these establishments. Those Wi-Fi networks, fairly easily compromised. You upload a little piece of malware to the point-of-sale machines, and now what actually happens is every time you pay for something, that money isn't actually going to the hotels or the hospitality business's bank account, it's going to some third parties that have actually uploaded the malware. Typically, people will do it on a bank holiday weekend. Why wouldn't you? Two good reasons. One, it's usually good takings. Those machines are going to be a lot of use. And secondly, it's normally the Tuesday after before the bank actually contacts them and says, we've had no money come in. What's going on? So, malware on those point-of-sale machines is the first one. Frighteningly, if you look at the last statistic on here, it grew by nearly 20% in the first part of 2022. So you look at a graph of how fast those little malware viruses are spreading, it's like that. Far faster growth than we've ever seen. This is my favourite one. Am I allowed to have a favourite one when this is horrible stuff? Dark hotel, great name. Dark hotel, particularly hotels that, how should we say, have a upper demographic of customers who pay a little bit more, can actually be those customers with bigger bank accounts, and it can be businessmen with higher up in companies with stuff that is quite private, confidential on their laptops. Again, we come back to our malware. Wi-Fi gets compromised. A little piece of malware gets uploaded to the server, or the hotel server that Wi-Fi is operating on the back of, or the computer it's working on the back of. And what actually then happens is, when you or I check in, we actually open our laptop, and it actually says, you've got an Adobe update. And because it's been drummed into us that we need to keep our software up to date to stop viruses, we update it. We now have a lovely little piece of malware on our laptop or our phone that is having a good read and a good nose around our laptops and IT. To the point that it actually will do keylogging, it'll actually take a good look at your files, it'll actually trace or actually know your bank account login credentials when you do so, etc., 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 etc. Or it actually sits there dormant and waits until you've left the hotel, and about 6 months later it springs into life and starts doing it. Dark hotel, big increase again. Quite often, after the damage has been done, the software will get pulled out, be deleted by the people who are now having a good look at your laptop, and there's no trace for company IT departments or your virus checkers to actually find it. Shall I go on? No? Password fraud. Okay, so these are all, I should actually say, every single one of these, I have dozens of examples of where this has actually happened to hospitality businesses. Obviously, I'm not going to name them because that would be really, really, really unfair. I should say that given my UK level job, these are from across the UK. So, case studies again. Password fraud, or where, as is quite common, where you've got things like online travel, OTA, password logins that are shared, where people leave the business and then come back to cause havoc. So we actually had a hotel not so long ago where an employee left the business, and in the month of August, very, very helpfully filled the hotel booking system up with bogus bookings that didn't exist. He was actually sacked, left the business, bad terms, decided he'd actually come back into the hotel system remotely and filled their August diary up. They just thought it was a bad run of luck after the first couple of days. When it continued longer than that, they realised that effectively their whole of August was, they had no guests. Massive, massive, massive financial repercussions. Something I was talking about with Will Miles earlier. where you've actually got, if you think about hotels, you think about the amount of suppliers hotels have. Dozens and dozens for a large independent hotel. You get that email through that says our bank account has actually changed. If you could now send your invoices, your payment for the invoices to this address instead, please. Brilliant. Looks like the original thing. It's probably the most frequent one I hear of and see. Quite often easily stopped with just a phone call, but more often than not, bank accounts just get changed, invoices get paid, not to the correct place. And in fact, Booking.com themselves had a problem with this one. Very widespread challenge. Another one, and we've seen this again very recently, this is actually one from last week, one of the businesses I work with, where their social media profiles were accessed, again by an ex-employee. And basically, those profiles were taken over, and some not very nice messages were put out on behalf of that business. The other thing that can obviously happen, if you have an employee, they know the passwords, is that malware that I was talking about in terms of Dark Hotel or RawPOS. They are often behind that one as well. Okay. So I say these are all real-life case studies. We also did an interesting piece of work a little while ago, where we actually persuaded one of our largest customers to actually allow us to hack them using an ethical hacker. So which is why we actually know about, in great detail, about a lot of what actually happens here. So how do we use this on a day-to-day basis? Well, all the business I'm talking to. In my old job, I would have actually written a piece of literature or a piece of content on it. In my new job, I'm actually talking to all the businesses I actually work with, and looking to work with all the partnerships in that part of the world now to actually spread the message around this by putting out useful, helpful advice and content to stop this happening to businesses. So I'm going to leave it on an up note. A lot of this stuff can actually be solved and sorted if businesses simply follow what is actually a very, very good piece of work from the government called Cyber Essentials. So if businesses follow the Cyber Essentials stuff through, a lot of this stuff will not happen. So that is the up note that I'll actually end on. Okay. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Darren. Gosh, wow. We all work with businesses. That was pretty sobering, that. And part of me feels we should get Vicky back up quick, and we should all start telling each other stories again. But really, really important messages there. Absolutely important. I mean, I'll ask a quick question. I mean, how do we get your message out to our businesses? Is there a kind of does NFU have a national network that can do that? NFU Mutual has a national network. Certainly, I'd be happy to work with any of you to produce some content warning about some of this stuff and pointing in the right direction to how not to get caught. Thank you, Darren. You're with us for all day. Brilliant. That's fantastic.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many familiar faces here today, and look forward to the opportunity of catching up with some of you in the break a little bit later. But for those of you that I don't know, I'm Claire Bushby, Managing Director of Clockwork Marketing. And I'm joined today by my colleague Tina. And Tina leads our gift voucher solutions team. 30 years ago, 1992, I started Clockwork Marketing. And it was 12 years ago that we created Gift Voucher Brilliance. And it's a platform that enables hotels, pubs, restaurants to sell gift vouchers online. And we actually have over 200 clients nationally. I'm just getting my ups and downs muddled up here. Have 200 clients nationally who use our gift voucher technology to sell vouchers through their businesses. Now, since COVID, the growth in gift voucher sales online has been absolutely huge. And you know, people crave experiences. We all know that in this industry. After all, who needs another ironing board? I want to give you a little bit of an idea about the value of gift voucher sales that we see for some of our clients. So think 3 hotels outside of London, but city centre hotels in August. Quiet, decide to run a gift voucher campaign. Over 11 days, would anyone like to hazard a guess of the value of those voucher sales? 3 hotels, 11 days, August. It's £164,000 worth of revenue generated through selling gift vouchers. Now, who doesn't love receiving a gift through the post? You know, the excitement of opening it. Who's it from? What is it? A beautiful box, a presentation envelope. The anticipation and the excitement that it brings. This morning I'd like to introduce you to the idea of selling experience vouchers through your destination websites. Generating additional income, not only for the destination, but also for your members. So let me explain a little. For those of you who are paying attention here and listening, you'll notice that we've introduced a new destination. It's called Visit Newmouth. Our Gift Voucher Brilliance team can create and add a gift voucher shop styled to match your website. And the online shop can have different categories. So for example, food and drink, stay experiences, crafting activities, spa and well-being, and many, many more. Visitors to your website can search by experience or occasion, and they can choose from a range of rich experiences that represents all your region has to offer. And the vouchers actually are individual to each of your members. So for example, they could include a Sunday night sleepover at the Sleepy Hotel, a 2-night spa break at the Pamper Castle, wreath making at the Step Inside Craft Centre, champagne afternoon tea at the Dome, go-karting at the Crash Pad. I'm sure you get the idea. The vouchers are as individual as your members are. Visitors can buy voucher experiences 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Your gift voucher shop never sleeps. And all sales activity is detailed and monitored behind the scenes. And the customer can choose multiple ways to have their voucher posted or emailed. Our team at Clockwork print and post the vouchers on behalf of all our properties for next day delivery. Vouchers can be bought while most of us are asleep. I'm delighted to say that earlier this year we launched our first destination platform, working with Visit Eastbourne. Working with our colleagues at Simpleview, we added the Buy a Gift Voucher button you'll see at the top of the screen to their homepage. And in the results listing here, there's a button for those businesses that have chosen to sell gift vouchers. And here is the listing for the Grand Hotel. And here, if I were to select the Buy Gift Voucher button over on the right, I would then see only the vouchers available at that property. So how does it work in practice? In short, we charge a commission on vouchers sold, and we share it with the destination. There's a small fee to get the platform set up and to list the initial properties. One stat I haven't shared with you is that 25% of vouchers are never redeemed. It's a figure that we see across our hospitality clients. Think back to that 164,000 earlier. I should have worked out the maths, but what is that? 40,000 pounds of those vouchers will never be redeemed. Absolutely incredible. There are a number of benefits, and I've listed a few here. What's important to say is that we see huge spikes in voucher sales for key events. So let's think Valentine's Day, Mother's Day. Black Friday nowadays is just staggering. Unfortunately, less so Father's Day. And of course, Christmas. The potential here is huge. There's just one thing that I wanted to say that, for me is really exciting. When we think about Christmas and I think about my own family, what would I buy? What will I buy my family for Christmas? I would love to be able to go to our local destination website and search on a wealth of beautiful voucher experiences. I could buy my son a go-karting experience. I could buy my daughter a pamper spa day. My mum a wreath-making course. And my husband, if I had one, but my partner, I could buy him hedge laying, or actually maybe what I would buy him is a romantic dinner for two. All in one site, from one site, all beautiful experiences in the local region that I as a local might not even be aware of. And for me that's hugely exciting, keeping more of the pound in the local region. I don't know if there's any questions so far. I'll carry on. Now, in the break, on the table over there, all the destinations here, you'll find that you've got a beautiful presentation box, and do please come to our little table there and pick that up. Full details of our platform, and to entice you further if you're not excited enough already, there is some chocolate inside. So before I leave you this morning, I would like to briefly share another opportunity for members here to generate income and to provide an additional service for your members. I mentioned earlier that for 30 years we've been managing marketing for clients, and we've built beautiful hospitality websites, and we continue to do so. But during COVID, we took our business to another level, and we developed an online hospitality marketing learning platform, GuestNet. Through the years, we've had lots of businesses that really want to know the key things that make a difference to drive traffic to their website. How to send a great email, how to track it, what does booking conversion mean? And a lot of those businesses said to us, we don't want you to do it for us, we just want to learn more. So when we created GuestNet, we introduced two options. Learn yourself, pay as you go, £99 a month, or learn with us. Learn with us with guided, supported calls. As a business, we work nationally, and our clients are of differing sizes. And so for smaller businesses or managers with a small team or a new team, being able to give them access to that video content or guided support to say, if you've only got half an hour, everyone's busy, none of us say we've got too much time, I don't know what to do with it. If you've got half an hour, with what we see, these are the things that we would suggest you concentrate on for the greatest return to drive bookings and also to gain confidence. And we didn't stop there. How many of us have seen awful websites? As a business that tracks in Google Analytics the impact of a poor website and booking conversion, if you don't know, and why would those hospitality businesses know? The impact of a poor website is huge. And we see it time and time again. We have benchmarking insights. So the other thing we did was to create some beautiful pre-built hospitality websites. And clients can rent a website, a bit like you do your phone, £99 a month. And so I just wanted to float the idea that if anybody is interested in a partnership opportunity that shares our learning platform and our kind of rent model for websites, we'd love to work with you in that area as well. And we pay a percentage of the subscription fees. And if any of you are thinking, well, actually, what about our credentials? I'm delighted to advise that we've been appointed as the provider of digital marketing services for the AA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Checking the time, I think we're probably best if we go straight for our break now, but Claire, you're with us, aren't you? And I think it's the sort of topic where one-to-one conversations are probably valuable. But thank you very much for joining us again, Claire, today. The quick housekeeping of what happens next is...
Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending this talk. Half of it has been done just by Tanuvi, so I can skip through some slides that you've already seen. But I'd like to introduce myself to those who don't know me. My name's Shawan Tulugda. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called GeoTourist. And today I'm going to be talking to you about data, and specifically big data versus small data. It's going to be a very high-level talk because I'm going to assume that we've got a mix of people who understand data in the audience. I know there's some DMOs who have dipped their toes in the data pond or the data lake and have got lots of questions. So hopefully by the end of this, you'll have a better understanding of how to navigate this space. So when most people mention the word data to a DMO, they run for the hills or head for the bunkers. And if you mention technology and data, they do the same. There'll be more people in the bunker. Because the reality is it's very difficult to know where to start. So this talk is designed to kind of address some of the big questions. So what is big data and what is small data? Why is it important to know, or why is it important to understand data? What data do you have? What should you have? And how can you utilize it and maximize the potential of what you've got or what you can get? So, definition-wise, big data helps us understand human actions and behaviors, and from that, you can derive trends on a kind of a holistic scale. And it's normally represented as large chunks of unstructured and structured data. So invariably, you'll need some expertise there. Small data understands kind of direct attitudes and emotions behind the behaviors, and that's usually represented from direct sources and small data sets that you can easily capture and analyze. So here's a quote from the godfather of marketing from his book ages ago. I think he quoted someone else, possibly Henry Ford, but half of the money I spend on advertising is wasted, I just don't know which half, essentially. So, and he made loads of money. And so basically something stuck with marketing, but with destination marketing, unless you know what that is, you could be wasting a lot of your money. So why is data important? You can draw actionable conclusions, so you're able to analyze and understand key decisions and key actions you can take. You can target your marketing campaigns to individuals or groups where they follow certain preferences, and use the data you have to make informed decisions either on a daily tactical basis or use it for longer term strategic planning. And also, when you understand consumers to a much more detailed level, you can provide personal offerings. So how do big data and small data differ in that space? So with big data, it's very, very hard to kind of, like I said, a lot of people who dip their toes in the data lake drown. There's a lot out there, and it's very difficult to understand what's actually relevant, what's actually meaningful, and what you can use to actually drive your destinations. Small data, it's down to you. It's your organizations, it's your visitors, it's your operations that will give you data to help you understand where to focus your attentions. The source for big data typically would be outside your organization. You'll be relying on multiple data sets from multiple organizations, and again, expertise. Small data, again, it's within your own organization, so it's easier to capture and easier to interpret. With the big data, you have big picture and lots of hidden correlations, so you could spend days, weeks, months, years analyzing your data and trying to pick out the trends that exist. With small data, you can be much, much more specific and get some insights very quickly. Technically, big data is in terabytes. I spoke to a CEO of one of the big data companies yesterday, and his spend on cloud services is £1 million per year already, and he serves a couple of big countries. And with small data, you can have it on your hard drive, have it on your phone, to be honest. And the use of big data requires, like I said, expertise, in-house data scientists or consultants, specialist tools, and a lot of cleaning. You spend a lot of time cleaning the data before you can actually use it. And small data, like I said, it's there in front of you. Often you can see the trends and pictures and the relationships fairly quickly. So, benefits of small data. You can get insights straight away to drive your sales and make decisions. It enables successful launch of products and services with a small amount of data, so you can learn very quickly. We've got some examples of that. Ensures day-to-day operations, so if you get instant feedback from your data, you can use it to kind of steer what you're doing. And data can be captured anywhere, so you can choose what you measure. And Dateable is able, like I said, you can have marketing people interpret data that you create. And technically, you can store it very easily. So a good way to kind of differentiate is with big data, you can afford to have have noise that you filter out. So you have a big pool and you filter out what you need. But with small data, everything is meaningful. Okay. So this is a pre-pandemic stat, but you can add a couple of years to kind of see the impact of how data is transforming online bookings, for example. So 570, if you can't read it, it's 570 billion back in 2017, and it's projected to be almost double that in 2023, but add a couple of years for that. And the types of data that booking engines and other technologies are using include loyalty data, bookings, hotel stays, search data, social media, travel reviews, and operational data. And collectively, that paints a picture for your organization, your region, and kind of at a national level as well. This is interesting. This is an index of readiness to adapt. And the key thing that you need to kind of focus on is the EU, which we're included in this particular index, is way down the list behind Hong Kong, Korea, Japan, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, and the States. And basically what this means is that are destinations ready to adopt solutions and to work collectively to advance the tourism economy? So we're not at the bottom, but we could be doing a lot better, and fragmentation probably comes into that as the reason why. So I had 10 case studies and I shortened them down to 3, so you've been saved. But essentially this is showing the kind of strategies and how destinations are actually using data to plan their growth over the next few years. So USA are looking to add 2.6 billion to the economy by 2032 and increase jobs and end up with 10% of their GDP as tourism. Singapore I singled out as a small destination, but quite an innovative one, and one that's able to implement things quickly, so you can learn very quickly. So they've done lots and lots of things. In fact, they asked us to set up our Asia Pac HQ out there a few years ago. But they have done various schemes. One of them was working with a voucher type scheme where they were measuring the conversions based on real-time analytics. And they've got plans to double their, it's in fact double, because I spoke to Singapore Tourism Board, and the way they want to do it is to get people to stay, instead of 1 night, 2 nights, essentially. So they're creating a lot of reasons for people to stick around for an extra day. Portugal, I was lucky to be part of an accelerator out in Portugal, one of the government-backed ones, and they are striving to be a smart country. And they see tourism as one of their key economic drivers, and they want to get hit to 50 million by 2032. And they're looking at lots of things. I've just highlighted a couple, which is like looking at booking data and location data. And they're looking to increase the number of jobs in travel and tourism. So there's your case studies. So what does data cost these days? So it depends on what you're looking at. If you're looking at dashboards, you can typically pay from a couple of grand, northwards of £10,000 a month, depending on what level your enterprise is, what kind of source you're using. Google acquired a company called Looker, and I think that's valued at 17 billion because they're using it for their advertising. If you're looking at destination reports, again, can be cheap as chips, relatively. Or if you go to your Deloittes and your McKinseys, you can pay north of 100 grand for an impact report. So where's the data? You know, what are your options for data? And I've got you in the corner, Richard. It mustn't upset a sponsor. So here's a kind of a suite. It's by no means exhaustive. There's probably 4 or 5 times the number of companies that actually provide data. And I know some of the guys from each of these organizations. And a lot of the data you get from here is, I would call indirect data. So it's telling you about perhaps what's happening after people have visited. So a lot of sentiment analysis. The location stuff comes from either your mobile operators or people like Visa, where they'll tell you how many people bought umbrellas or ice creams on a certain day. And Google Analytics, obviously, you have a lot of kind of demographic data and website traffic data that you can analyze. So why am I telling you any of this? You know, what am I doing here? So we've just spent the last 8 years understanding and speaking with all of you guys in the destination space to understand what data would help transform your organizations. So for those of you who don't know what GeoTourist is, we're a platform, a storytelling platform that allows people to create stories and turn those into kind of local guided tours, which drive footfall, essentially. And the title of the presentation was Create More Than an Impression. Now, all of these social media platforms here, the data they provide you is typically reach and impression. So what they'll tell you is your content, how far is it did it travel itself, and where is it being viewed, and how many views did it get in each of the countries that people have seen posts. with what we do, we can tell you who actually visited as a result of that. So our vision is to preserve every location story in place forever as a way to drive footfall and to preserve stories that shouldn't be lost, essentially, and that's how we were born. And the mission is to help destinations grow their quality visitor economy using smart attribution and user engagement data. So this is very similar to Tanuvi's slide. We connect the three stakeholding groups of the visitor, the storyteller, and the destination organizations. As we know, the visitors get served content into their hands to help guide them out in real time when they need it. Storytellers have a platform where they can create content that can become immersive. And for the destinations, they can now work together with their member organizations, their partners, all in the same place to create data together collectively and learn, optimize, and monetize. So essentially, you can target the visitors that you want to grow based on content engagement and look at instant impact based on the footfall with real-time analytics. And if this works, you get to see what my smart team have built. So this will show you the end-to-end kind of user experience through to the data side of things. So we've been called the YouTube of travel. People can create content. You have your own channels on the platform. If we need the music then. So it's very simple for destinations to either work with influencers, create their own channels, and publish tours, essentially. It's just going through kind of how it works. You can categorize your tours. The user experience, again, is very simple. There's points on the map. Not rocket science there. We've recently added AR, and we've also advanced that again in the last week. So people can actually look around them and use their phone as a search tool to see what's nearby, unlock information as they're looking, and then get information served to them in a very easy way. And all of that's being fed into our global analytics dashboard, which is showing you what's being engaged in real time, where people are coming from. Here is one of the real-time maps showing you tours that are being used in real time, which ones are driving more footfall in any given point. Where did the people come from that visited? What types of content are they engaging with? So you can automate the whole consumer profile modeling. Which days are busier, which times of day are busier, and do different demographics do things differently. Are there any specific points of interest within your destination that are attracting more footfall? And this is key. This is attribution of content. So you can embed a tour in anywhere, and you can see which of your channels are driving the footfall. There's a QR code here, but there's one further down, so you can scan that one. Okay, so using what you already have, and often there's content that's existing already, you can convert the stories you have from attractions, cultures, and events into trails and then start measuring footfall. So our dashboard that you've just seen has 250 odd data variables, 148 which are brand new and required by the industry and because we've been asked to get them. But they center around location around the tours, the users, the reach of the tours, and how you might want to invest your money with the data. We built the first version of the platform and launched it in Q1 this year. Since then, we've started collecting some data, so I can tell you that the content has reached already 106 countries. We have content existing in 67 countries represented with content, and actually 48 countries where people are actually doing the tours. And specific points, you can see is 100, this was taken today, I think. So 123,000 specific points of interest that have actually been activated with an average dwell time of 7 minutes. The question is, what data can you unlock from your destination? So Here is a screenshot of the dashboard that you could have access to, and here are the kind of things you can find out. So, like I said, how far did your content travel? What content is actually bringing your visitors in? So you can actually A/B test and understand if culture is driving more traffic than say, food travel. What do your consumer types look like? So if you look in the top right corner, you can see all the different categories and subjects that are driving the travel. You can use that to start automating how you profile your consumers. Where did they arrive, or where did they visit before they arrived in your destination? That's a key strategic one for marketing and targeting where you want to place your ads. Dwell time per point, as you've mentioned. And density footfall feedback, and using that to kind of empower visitors to come and get a better experience by going at the times when it's not as busy. We did a project with Historic Environment Scotland last year, which won us a World Responsible Tourism Award at World Travel Market for mapping Holyrood Park, and we were able to help them make interventions and give them visibility for the first time without having resources on the ground. So we're really proud about that. And then, critically, onward travel and repeat visits. This is often forgotten because the minute people download an app for a destination, they delete it 5 minutes afterwards. With our platform, we have a lot of countries on there. We can embed into other apps, but we stay with the visitor wherever they go. What's our proposition, or what do we feel we can do? So right now, I think Kate Nichols mentioned £23 yesterday, but in terms of the ROI on money spent, it's for every £1 that goes into a DMO or destination marketing, you get £21, which you guys already know. We're proposing that we can double that by doing three things. So obviously providing you the tech solution. The second thing is we're bringing together for the first time destination marketing and management. So suddenly with this tool, you can both market, understand attribution, and also manage your destination using real-time analytics. Okay, all right, I've been told I've got to be done. Attribution framework, it's a cycle, tell your story, drive footfall, measure data, and repeat. Where can you access it? So a link anywhere, so you can literally embed it. You can put it on offline material with QR codes, and every time someone scans or clicks on something, that's the first step towards your destination, and we measure, the whole journey. And we're excited that we've created the technology so you can plug this into your own thing, and then get the dashboard so you get all the data. One of our sister companies just listed on the NASDAQ stock exchange, but it's the most advanced indoor navigation technology. I think they're currently worth 20+ million. But if there are any POCs that you want to do with indoor projects, we'd be happy to partner. Geospatial AR video, so now we can place video in the AR space. So one of my developers called it Geospatial MR for Minority Report, because we can now do the thing that Tom Cruise does as he's walking down the mall, and he sees all the videos popping up around him. We've got that technology working now. Creds, so we're partners with Visit Scotland for Outlander Map. Feb 2020, we were on ABC TV in the USA, and then the next month everything closed down. You can get tips and donations from the tours. We were case studied by Tech Nation. You'll probably know some of the other ones as well. Film London, so we do a lot of screen tourism, and that's the end. And if you're interested in doing something, we've got two things that we're offering. 1 year's worth of free data for DMOs who want to work with us, and a plugin that you can plug into your own portals to work with your destination partners to get more data. So yeah, we basically have one question we want to answer. What makes people travel? Thank you. Thank you.
I feel really awful winding up such two good speakers because we're running out of time. But Sean, you're with us, aren't you, for the rest of the day? Two really fantastic presentations. Thank you.
Right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for staying for this session. I'm a new glasses wearer, by the way. So if you see me picking my glasses on and off my face. It's just because I'm still getting used to them. And yeah, I only realised that I needed them was I couldn't read any novels this year. I kept starting books and then just never been able to finish them. And I had an eye test. He said you need reading glasses, and I kind of just concluded that authors were just terrible and the books were awful and I couldn't finish them. And then I realised it was just I couldn't even see the words. So it was. So now I've got this. I've got a pile now of fantastic novels to read. Yeah, which is good. Right. So. Our talk is called Breaking the Cycle of Website Redesign and Development, which almost sounds a bit perverse for a company that builds destination websites, but bear with me, it will make sense. So believe it or not, we created our first destination website some 20 years ago now for Visit Lancashire. And following on from that, we did Visit Liverpool, Visit Bristol, Visit Bath, and many, many others. Now, obviously, over that time, there's been huge changes, in the technology. The internet connections that we have now are more or less ubiquitous, and obviously, hugely faster than they used to be. And we connect to the web through our phones, through our watches, through voice assistants, as well as through tablets and computers. Now, over that time as well, our browsing behavior evolved as the technology rolled out, and as our expectations of what we wanted a tourism website to do, that evolved as we got used to more advances in features and functionality. So in line with that, obviously what SimpleView delivered to our DMO clients had to change in line with both the technology and also the way in which visitors wanted to engage with that technology. So inevitably this meant that the websites, all the websites that we've developed over the years had to be designed and built, redesigned and rebuilt many times. In fact, we're just about to embark on what I think is going to be the 6th iteration of Visit Liverpool. I think we all understand this cycle that we've been on, if you like. And it used to be that would happen every 2 to 3 years, that we would do this. But more recently, I think this has probably extended to more like 4 or 5 years. So I thought it would be worth asking the question, what's happening? Why the change? Well, I think for one thing, the rate of change of technology has in many ways settled down, or rather the web is perhaps not where the big developments are happening right now. Certainly used to be that if you'd had a website for 2 or 3 years, it did start to look tired, and out of date, which necessitated a rebuild. And this was often driven by contemporary design trends, but also by innovators trying new things and pushing the boundaries of both what was possible and what we should expect. So there are lots of examples of this. Initially, the websites, were very text heavy, weren't they? Small pictures because of bandwidth. And everyone seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time designing fancy buttons and things like that. Things improved, we got bigger pictures, more contemporary design using fonts. We all became font geeks over the years, with beautiful layouts that were driven stylistically around that. And then we got to full immersive videos where the whole screen was a video, very little text, which was fantastic if you're on a screen like this. Somewhat less good if you're on a mobile phone, somewhat less good for search engines. Does anybody else remember any big design changes over the years for websites that made you think, I've really got to redesign my tourism website now? Does anyone can think of any that come to mind of those big changes? Absolutely responsive. So remember us all sort of pinching on our phones to see a desktop site that trying to get it to cram it onto our small screen. Yeah, that was one I was thinking of. Any others? Flash? Oh yeah, didn't Apple put that to death somewhere along the line? They decided they weren't going to support it. Yeah, I remember that one. Any others? I think an obvious one was the menus. So you used to have a menu at the top and then a sub-menu down the side, and then we had drop-down menus, and we had the mega nav. We showed everything on the site all at once, and then we've gone really minimal now and gone to just the burger icon, haven't we? So these are all changes that sort of dated websites, if you like. So I think all of these were necessary steps in our evolution to a mobile-first approach to web design, which is where we're now at. And if 70% of your visitors are viewing the website on their mobile devices, then that is where we should put our focus, obviously. But we had to go through these changes to truly understand what worked best. However, if you've had a website designed in the last 2 or 3 years, I would argue that certainly if we'd built it, it's not going to look that tired, and it will still be working very effectively for you. So there's less of an impetus to throw things away and start again. But what other factors do we think pushes back that redesign and rebuild cycle for DMOs? Any other reasons why we might sort of delay that sort of rebuild? Absolutely, yeah. So finding the sort of 20, 30, 50K, depending on how complex the project was always a challenge, wasn't it? Absolutely. Any other sort of barriers to doing that project? You've got all the answers. So yes, I mean the resources. I mean these big digital projects that technically involves a lot of design decisions, wireframing, sitemap planning, content writing, collecting all the assets. I mean, it's going to take your digital team out for maybe 3 months or something to do a project like that, and it's not something you're going to want to do every year. Okay, so what we're going to present to you today is what I think is a very big step towards overcoming some of these barriers. Over the last 12 months, SimpleView Europe has been working very hard to bring the SimpleView CMS to market. This is our parent company. This is the website that powers hundreds of huge destination websites in the States. Visit Orlando, visit Florida, and so on. It's probably the biggest technology update that we have done since the release of DMS3 in 2017. And I'd go as far as to say it's going to be a game changer. So, as I said, the title of the presentation is Breaking the Cycle of Website Redesign and Development. And this is what we are looking at with this platform. So rather than the constant redesign and rebuild every 3, 4, 5 years, whatever that happens to be, what we're now proposing is to move to a constant evolution of your website by being on a platform that evolves with the changes in the industry. So the other important point to note here is that the biggest changes are not actually on the front end. For years and years, we seem to have been in a sort of arms race to add more and more features that the visitor will be able to make use of. And I think now that battle is over. We know perfectly well what the visitor needs, and we're more than capable of delivering that. The real area where there's room for progress is in the back-end tools that will make your lives as digital marketers easier and more productive. We want to make the management of your destination website as flexible as your social media channels so that you can respond to what's happening on the ground. And more importantly, it won't necessarily involve booking a project in with SimpleView, because you'll be able to build microsites, page layouts, calls to action, all on your own just by using the content management tools. So without further ado, let me introduce you to Amy Knight-Dawson, who's responsible for client training at SimpleView Europe. And Amy's going to give you a whistle-stop tour of the SimpleView CMS, highlighting all the new tools and features that will make this a reality. Amy, over to you.
Thank you, everybody. I just want to check, can I put this mic down and just use the one that's on the lectern, perhaps? Would that work? Thank you, Richard. While some of you may be familiar with SimpleView CMS, did you know that it was designed in partnership with DMOs? This demonstration will be done on the SimpleView Test CMS. We have 2 clients currently working with the system, Visit Dorset and Invest Manchester. From the dashboard, you'll see 5 navigation icons. These are ever present, as well as the product header that will always stay on the screen wherever you are in the CMS. It hugs the dashboard, and you can always return home for a comforting look at your stats. The site map will help you to look at all your content. Site nav items, pages, and all associated content is found here. All your page drafts can be found in the section of your main navigation, secondary navigation, and your footers. So the multi-draft support and scheduling of published pages allows fantastic functionality to be flexible. Here you can see all your folders, which are essentially your navigation items. And this is where you can schedule and see your previous drafts. You can restore past drafts and actually drop some notes in for your team. The handy scheduling of pages is a feature that helps you to schedule pages in advance. Now, we all know that the Christmas holidays are coming up. You might have some really important pages, though, that are going live on New Year's Eve. You don't need to interrupt your holiday. That's great news. All you need to do is harness this functionality and go and set your publishing of pages in advance. Set the time and the date, and you can even set them to end publishing whenever you want. That means they get archived and popped away, but still discoverable by search engines. So the page layout changes is a game changer because you can design mobile first. You can see how it renders in real time using the phone, tablet, and PC icons. You can see how responsive it is by looking, if you work on your left-hand panel, you can see exactly how it transposes on the right. Dropping widgets and page panels couldn't be easier, and also you can change them around your page. No more booking development, no more booking projects. You just simply can do it yourself. If you like a layout that you've created, you can save a page layout and simply just pop that into your next page for the future. The asset library is one of our best features, and that's coming up. From here, this area will house all your assets, including your images, documents, and videos. You can resize your image collections right from this tool, which is really fantastic because you don't need to leave the editor at all. And you can also set your focus for your images to render on mobile and desktop right from this area. From the at a glance view, you can access also the drop-down menu by the green caret to see where on your site your assets are being used. The modules functionality is also fantastic because it gives you access to other modules that are really important for future fitting your business. You've got dynamic content, third-party integrations like CrowdRift and AudioEye, and importantly, dynamic content. So your A/B testing also feeds into this. Say, for example, you have some visitors that are really interested in dog-friendly locations. They want to explore places to eat, stay, and drink that accept dogs. So you can serve up content that you curate to serve that interest and to meet that interest, while your other clients will enjoy your default content. you simply set up your profiles and your personas in your dynamic content module. Test this with A/B testing and also support it with your third-party integrations, Crowdriff and AudioEye. Microsites are also a fantastic module because they give you the freedom to build geographical and thematic websites whenever you need to, with no additional licensing fees like there used to be. The settings icon will always bring you back to your advanced user access, nice to have, and your CMS knowledge base icon is there to help. Next, the dashboard. Tasks. This helps you to maintain your to-do list, while action items help you to identify maintenance items. Your at-a-glance area will help you to understand your web presence and activity. Anytime you refresh your web browser, these stats will also refresh. Please bear in mind that Richard will tell you about insights, because this is not a reporting tool in essence. What you should see from your stats is user information from your Google Analytics account. So here is the past 30 days. You can look breakpoints by average, devices, and locations, for example. If you click on any breakpoint, it will take that data out of the graph. If you hover over the graph, you will see all the data responds. This is really fantastic because it gives you the information that your organization will need to remain relevant and accessible to all your visitors. It summarizes the demographics and the averages of your site's activities over the past 30 days. So we don't know how Google knows our age, but we'll stay away from that one for now. Next up, we have top pages. Now this gives you an overview of the last top pages that are the most popular. You can view them by today, the past week, and the past month. Again, this allows you to quickly identify the information or marketing campaigns that are successful or popular with your visitors. Site activity visually demonstrates the number of new and returning visitors to your website within a relevant period. Toggle again between week, month, and year, and you can clearly see where all your major spikes in activity were. This is really useful for interpreting strategic planning. The graph is also interactive, and notice, when you hover your cursor over one of the breakpoints, it takes that data out of the graph, and then you can always re-add it. Simple Feed is not working on the CMS test site. However, I do assure you that it will show you all the relevant product updates that we think you should know about. Finally, on the dashboard, you will see the handy tooltips to remind you of each of the headings' definitions, because we don't expect you to remember all of these at the drop of a hat. That concludes your whistle-stop tour of the CMS. Over to you, Richard.
Very good. So, what I'm going to show you now here is, I was very grateful for Sharon for talking to you about big data, especially the slide that said how much big data should cost. So Simple View, as you can imagine, we get something like 100 million user sessions here through our tourism websites in the UK every year, and it generates a lot of data, terabytes of data. And the challenge has always been how to dig into that data to provide meaningful insights. Now, this is not Google Analytics. This is data that will be very difficult to get out of that. This is about all of your businesses in your destination and the value being delivered by the destination website. So we've now created a landing page for what we're calling Insights, which is our BI dashboard, if you like. So what this shows is, at a glance, over the trailing week, how many, what we call a product is any tourism product, accommodation, attractions, activities, restaurants, and so on. So this is how many times the product data from the destination management system was displayed, with the second line being the previous week, how many times products were searched upon, again with the previous 7 days, how many referrals you've given to those tourism businesses over the week, how many site searches, keyword searches, how many subscribers to your newsletters and so on. Also got the most popular products in this example, which is the Isle of Wight. We've got the Needles, Landmark Attraction, Black Gang Cheen, Monkey Haven and so on. And this will change obviously week by week as you go through the season. Likewise, we've got the most popular events that are being searched for and so on. We've also got this handy sort of Wordle graph, which just the size of the word, these are the keywords that people are typing here into the website. So it gives you a really good idea of the things people are trying to find information on, and the size of the word is how popular that keyword is, and it may indicate that you don't have any content on that particular topic. So, I can run a search here, and this is where the big data comes in. So I can run a search on any of the sectors. So in this case, I've done accommodation over the last calendar month on the Visit Isle of Wight website. And I can select all of the data that I want to report on, whether that's product impressions, content page impressions, highlight product impressions, and so on, but also website referrals, booking conversions, and so on. In this example, there's 450 products. And what we get as a result of that, we get all of those 250 products with all of that data. And you can play around with this and sort it in any which way you like. So these are the most popular products shown by listing level across the Isle of Wight website. Now, the really fantastic thing here is that if I click into any one of these products, I get a sort of dashboard of data just for that provider. So in this case, I've got the Wight Coast Holidays. They're a high-paying member of the Visit Isle of Wight. So what you would expect to see is that they're featured in all. So this reports on every aspect around the website where each business is featured, and it reports on it. So on here, we've got 8,473 impressions on content pages day by day, and then content page rankings where they're appearing in lists of self-catering properties. You can see there, because they're a high-paying member, their ranking of first and second on page one is very high, and less as you go further down those results. We've got impressions from search results, 1,864. Search, again, where they're ranking in those search lists, because the platform allows you to effectively tailor the benefits for clients who are, if you've got bronze, silver, gold listing levels, you want to give more benefit to the members who are gold members of the tourist board than otherwise. And so you've got massively detailed information here, about where these businesses are being displayed on the website, and exactly the value that you're delivering. It's really, so on the example here, we've got impressions from content pages. I can click into that and find out how many times each this business is displayed on, 2,000 times, for instance, on the holiday cottages page. So it really allows you to monetize various areas of your website, and you can demonstrate the value being given to the businesses who appear on those pages, and it's got incredible granularity of detail. So this product page impressions are how many times this business full details are displayed. I can see the sources of that. So I can see, for instance, that if I mouse over here, it's getting 50% from the commercial positions or the highlighted products on that website. And these are from the editorial pages, this is a landing page, and so on. And that profile changes for each and every business. So we'd looked here at a self-catering property that's a very high member. I've got Lucum Hall, which is a hotel, and you can see that it's not as higher listing level, so the values are slightly less, but it's still predominantly appearing, ranks 1 and 2 in the content page rankings, 1 and 2 on the search generated listings. It's still doing very well. I can see which URLs of editorial content that this particular property is being featured on. and benefiting from and getting exposure to. We can see that, again, it's product page impressions. I can look at the sources of that, and you get quite a different profile and spread of where it's getting its presentations from. Again, website referrals and all of the information summarized. I can take another property, Cliff Hall. Again, this is probably a bronze member, and you can see now that it's never appearing in positions 1 and 2 of the search listings. It's getting much less presentations from editorial content. Again, not appearing in positions 1, 2, and 3 on the search results. It's not getting any highlighted product because they're not paying for any of those commercial opportunities, and its page impressions are fewer. If I look on the sources of this one, interestingly, this is mainly coming from search. So obviously, they're getting exposure because they're giving availability into the platform through our integrations with the booking engines and so on. So even though it may not be being featured overtly, if they can meet the stay requirements of the guests, then it's coming up a lot. And then, so we've got a couple of minutes. And the last one, Freshwater Bay. So this is a small property paying the least to the tourist board. But what's interesting here is you still get all the same graphs. They're not getting any of the commercial positions. But if you look at the website referrals, the page impressions on the sources of this one, it's getting 70% of its traffic on the Visit Isle of Wight website as a landing page. So this means that Freshwater Bay's page on the Visit Isle of Wight website is clearly ranking very high in Google, and people are actually coming into the website on this landing page, which is usually valuable for that business. And I think what we're hoping to do with the rollout of this, which actually is free to all SimpleView clients, so this is, we're processing terabytes of data, and it's now part of the SaaS subscription, is these dashboards for each provider or each member will really form the basis of a conversation between the DMO and that member when it comes to membership renewal, because we're really demonstrating the value that the DMO and the technology that is being supplied is delivering. We're providing incredible detail that we've never been able to do before. And I think the combination of the insights, big data package, and the new SimpleView CMS will be quite transformational in terms of the digital provision to DMOs. So thank you for listening, and I'd be very delighted to talk to you if you want to catch up with myself or Amy or Tracy, who's also here today. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? So everything I'm going to say was accurate as of this morning. And if anything else happens in the news over the next couple of minutes as I'm talking, then if someone just puts their hands up and let me know, I'll adjust as we go along. So firstly, thank you for inviting me today. It's great to have positive topics on the agenda, such as shared prosperity, which is what I think I've been badged as, but also revive and thrive. I must say, I started this role in DCMS in the midst of the pandemic, and it's great to actually be able to be together again in an actual conference, and that we are talking about emerging from the other side of the pandemic at the moment. It's also great to be in Middlesbrough. I'll berate the organisers for not timing this closer to the Rugby League World Cup match, which I think is at the end of the month, to allow us to stay on and see that. I'm also conscious it's the post-lunch slot, so I will keep it lively. I won't talk, hopefully, for the entire allocation, so there will be some time at the end for questions if anyone wants to ask any, and I may ask questions of anyone who's currently on the BBC News feed, just to let me know what's going on. For those less familiar with the workings of the civil service, then my role at DCMS involves working with ministers, the current set of ministers, with the tourism sector and with departments across government in support of the visitor economy in its broadest sense, and ensuring that we're also delivering the current government's objectives. And in particular at the moment, those focus around growth, around levelling up, and around the recovery post-pandemic. I'm not the minister, though. I'm not quite sure who is, so I will refrain from getting involved in politics just at the moment. But I do want to use my time this afternoon just to talk about 4 areas of work that we've got going on in support of the tourism sector. The work we've been doing around destination management organisations, which I'm sure many people are aware of. Broadly, how we're supporting the visitor economy through the various funds that the government has made, and also the government's tourism recovery plan. That said, whilst Revive and Thrive is the theme of today, I'm conscious that actually we aren't necessarily all quite in a space where we are ready to thrive. We get a lot of feedback in from businesses and the sector, and I know that despite domestic visitor numbers reaching levels in some areas around 2019 levels, the spend has not yet recovered. Despite the headlines we had earlier in the week about North American visitors taking advantage of the weak pound, I know that that isn't all countries coming back at the moment, and despite what ministers might be experiencing around the House of Commons and the red telephone boxes that sit around Whitehall, I know that isn't the case around the country as a whole, and the situation remains very challenging. Government did provide 37 billion of support to the sector over the course of the pandemic, but that also meant that many businesses had to take out loans and still are repaying those loans. A number of international markets, not least China, remain closed, and where we do have visitors, that discretionary spend is decreasing with the challenges we're facing around cost of living and increased supply costs. And so all of this is a challenging backdrop for us to talk about reviving and thriving, but hopefully we can do a bit of reviving and thriving in that context as well. What I want to talk about is how we within DCMS and more broadly across government are responding to that. And the 4 areas I'd like to talk about start with the Tourism Recovery Plan on the left, which is what we published in June 2021, perhaps slightly ambitiously, given what then happened in autumn 2021, but it is still the framework we're working to at the moment today. And what I'd particularly like to talk about is objectives 2 and 3 from the recovery plan there, which is trying to ensure that the visitor economy can deliver for every nation and region across the UK, but also trying to build back a more productive and a more resilient sector from the one we had pre-pandemic. Now, we know that the UK has a London-centric visitor economy. Over half of potential visitors to the UK, when asked by Visit Britain, could not imagine what the UK was like outside of London. London accounts for 43% of all international inbound overnight stays and 64% of all international visitor spend. And that compares to 34% of stays in Paris and 14% in Berlin. Around 2/3 of the UK's international flight capacity goes to London. That's far higher than the equivalent for capitals of Italy, Spain, and Germany. And we know that our international visitors spend on average 3 times more than our domestic. Now, I don't want to do down London, that isn't the intention. It is the UK's only city in the top 100 most visited global cities, and it is a driver for large amounts of tourism visits and spend that do then spread around the country in the London Plus model. But what we're looking at is how we can build on that and increase both visitors and spend elsewhere in the country. At the same time as we were preparing the tourism recovery plan, We also asked Nick Dubois to have a look at England's destination management organisations. In that piece of work, we wanted to understand how DMOs were working at the moment and how they might be able to support the visitor economy better at a regional level. And Nick did a lot of work consulting with a number of DMOs, the sector more broadly, and a wide range of institutions. And he sent his recommendations to the government in August 2021. And I won't deny, it took us a little time to respond to those recommendations. I'll blame the pandemic for part of that. But also, we wanted to respond in as constructive a way as possible to Nick's recommendations. And it took a little bit of time to do that. One of the reasons is what I found since taking on this role is the awareness of the visitor economy, what it is, the value of the visitor economy, and how it benefits the UK as a whole, varies across departments in government and isn't always appreciated. And so part of what we've been doing is ensuring that people understand what DMOs are, what they do, and how they can benefit a region. So it took us until July last year to publish our response to Nick's recommendations. And what we've announced is that we largely agree with Nick's recommendations, and we are intending to start taking them forward in two ways. The first is the development of an accreditation system, which is what Nick recommended, to create that portfolio of high-performing destination management organisations that meet certain criteria. I think we would then see those accredited DMOs as both working closely with local and regional government and being the primary conduit for central government engagement on the visitor economy in those areas. So firstly was accreditation. Secondly, Nick suggested a tiering hub and spoke model for DMOs at a regional level, and we've agreed to pilot that in one region in England, and that is to allow us to build the evidence base to make the case to extend that model more widely across England as a whole. And in July, we announced the funding for both of those steps, and we hope to come out shortly with an announcement around which region will be the pilot region for that model as well. The third piece of work we were doing at the time was setting up the cross-government group on the visitor economy. This was something that we had announced in the Tourism Recovery Plan, and it may not sound much to people, but one of the perennial problems we have is that the levers to support the visitor economy are spread across a number of different government departments and are the responsibility of a number of different ministers. And as I've mentioned, awareness of the visitor economy varies across departments. So we wanted to engage all relevant departments around government in thinking about their role in supporting the visitor economy, and also how the policies that they make are impacting the visitor economy when they take those decisions. At the first meeting of that, we had a large number of departments there. They agreed, they supported the growth of the visitor economy and its value both nationally and regionally. And their question back was, okay, so what do you want to do? To answer that, and with thanks to colleagues up the road in Newcastle and Gateshead, Ian, we got together about 60 organisations or so from national and regional government, from cultural, heritage and sporting organisations, from private sector organisations and from academia, and we had what's called a policy sprint. And that was looking collectively at how we could work better across those organisations in an area like the North East to develop the regional visitor economy. That generated a wide range of ideas and proposals for collaboration and for getting over particular barriers within the sector. For example, what came up was the challenge of travelling that last mile when you're trying to get to heritage and cultural destinations located out of towns and away from urban centres. We knew that Newcastle Airport is connected to 70 or so destinations, but that less than 10% of visitors come from overseas. The challenge of managing a world-class visitor attraction like Hadrian's Wall that is situated across multiple local authority areas, as well as issues like how LEPs can work with the wider sector, how central government policies can impact at a regional level, as well as some creative thinking around areas such as the future of the offer. And I think the idea here was a potential netaverse, as it was called, which was a metaverse for the Northeast to provide a more modern offer to a different audience. What was clear from that event was that there was a lot of enthusiasm for the visitor economy across a wide range of organisations and a lot of potential ideas out there, and that was great. And what we're now doing is taking those ideas back to departments and ministers to our part to answer the question of, so what can we do? Which is also what we're hoping the other organisations who attended are doing as well. And then the fourth piece of work, which is the work of colleagues in the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities, is the broad package of complementary UK-wide funding interventions that government has been working on with local authorities, that include the Levelling Up Fund, but also the UK Community Ownership Fund, the UK Infrastructure Bank and the Towns Fund and the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. DCMS has a strong interest in the Levelling Up agenda. Our digital infrastructure programme is changing how we live and work across the UK, and DCMS sectors are at the heart of placemaking through arts, heritage, sport, tourism and the creative industries. Through these funds, we want local authorities to continue to restore local pride and to support local culture, heritage, sport and other DCMS sectors. Now, the first round of the Levelling Up Fund supported £1.7 billion of projects in over 100 local areas around the UK, delivering £170 million of funding in Scotland, £120 million in Wales, and £49 million in Northern Ireland. The fund's culture and heritage theme invited bids for a wide range of projects, including those that support the redevelopment or the creation of new visitor attractions and assets that support the visitor economy. The first round of the fund saw £441 million awarded to 31 projects under the culture and heritage theme. This included £5.3 million to redevelop the Mooney Arts Centre in Pontypridd, which will be transformed to provide a high-spec cultural venue offering music, cinema, theatre and support for leisure in the nighttime economy, as well as £20 million to the Woodside Ferry and the Wirral that will establish Woodside as an internationally significant visitor destination. The bid deadline for the second round of the Levelling Up Fund has passed. It was on the 2nd of August. And the work we're now doing is looking at the second round of bids that have been made into the Levelling Up Fund, with the results hopefully being announced before the end of the year, as long as we have a government. Bids are also being assessed for the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, and of course the more recently announced investment zones, where bids closed recently as well. So what's next, and what are we doing? We want to see the post-pandemic growth around the UK, but we also want to see greater visitor numbers and spends outside of London and the South East in particular. We think having a good DMO structure, working strategically with both local and national government is key to that regional growth. So pushing ahead with the DMO accreditation and the pilot are a priority. What we want is to be able to make a strong bid for expanding that programme at the next government spending review. Similarly, creating a strong offer to attract both domestic and international visitors and having the right infrastructure in place to be able to do that is also key. And I hope that funding from the second round of the Levelling Up Fund will continue to support those projects as it did in the first round. I know we've had a large number of bids. We're also looking to improve areas like connectivity to ensure that people can actually come to the UK, but also ensuring that they are welcome and able to get over the border when they do come to the UK. And we're also looking at what more we can do to reduce seasonality in those areas of the country where seasonality is having a large impact on productivity. So there's plenty for us to be doing. I think my ask for everyone here is to continue to give us the information, the feedback and the support we've had, certainly since I took up this role, to continue the enthusiasm that we saw at the North East Sprint in terms of generating ideas, but also in terms of working collaboratively together across the various parts of any region that require, that ensure that we can deliver on behalf of the visitor economy, and really just continuing to make sure that the UK is a great place to visit, both for leisure and business purposes. I'm going to pause there because anything else I say on policy has the risk of changing over the next 24 hours. So I might hold at that point and open up to any questions, if there are any. Break the awkward silence.
Thanks, Duncan. Adam Bates, and what an interesting day to have you here. I guess my question is, we know where we've come from, we know some of the work that's going on. I'm interested to know from your perspective, coming out of the department that supports tourism, where you think tourism might be in 6 or 12 months' time. Because clearly I think we're heading into what is still a very challenging period, and you touched upon it right at the beginning, but I'm quite keen to know what I suppose what the department thinks it's going to look like 6 or 12 months. I don't mean the politics, I mean more the economics and where the sector's likely to be.
So, I mean, I would love to have a crystal ball and know exactly where we're going to go. I think that the forecasts are that there should be strong growth internationally in post-pandemic international tourism. Our main challenge is ensuring the UK is getting a fair share of that ever-expanding pie. I think the cost of living challenge is going to be a particularly big challenge for us, and we're starting to see that hit. And at the moment, I think it's the post-COVID, situation of where the industry is in terms of loans and the ability to invest. And then secondly, it's that will flow through into the disposable income that people have to be able to spend. So even though I think today's programme yesterday was saying that supplier costs were starting to come down, we obviously haven't seen the impact at the spending end of that chain. So I think it's going to be pretty tough. That will drive changes in behaviour, which is what we saw post-pandemic as well. So I would expect different parts of the market to shift in different ways, including behaviours of people no longer deciding to go overseas but staying domestically, although that said, sometimes domestic holidays can be more expensive than those overseas as well. So I think ideally it depends on where we get to with the existing economic situation at the moment, but in the slightly longer term, I would hope that it is a revive and thrive picture of a growing international market and a growing sector within the UK, and that's what we would like to be supporting through this work.
Thank you. Hi, Duncan. Amanda Lumley, Board Director of TMI. I also chair the Great South West Tourism Partnership, and I'm Chief Executive of Destination Plymouth, which is the DMO for Plymouth. We had a conversation earlier on today, and I guess I just need to ask the question that many of us are probably wondering. So it feels increasingly as though after being very important post-COVID for communities and people across the country who suddenly realised what life was like without the tourism and hospitality sector and were desperate for normality. And everybody was very, very appreciative of the funding that the government gave to businesses to help them through. But it feels increasingly like that has been forgotten very quickly and is very short-lived and is being overtaken by different narratives. And the truth is that over the last 10 years or so, local authorities have been increasingly pressured through austerity, and that is no different now. In fact, there are, as far as I'm aware, at least 50 local authorities at the moment who may not be able to balance their books this year. And because tourism is a non-mandatory requirement, then of course one of the first lines in the budget that gets cut is tourism and or visitor services and or events. I'm seeing that, and I know many of my colleagues are. And I guess the question is, at what point is government going to recognise that we can't deliver on nothing? And I know, we're all trying to be really creative. We're all trying to tap into shared prosperity funding and levelling up funding and any other funding we can find. But the truth of the matter is that without that support, we just can't deliver. There's no way we're going to be able to deliver any ROI for the government. And so, how can we help to change that narrative? What do we need to do working with you to change that?
So it's a good question, thank you, and I do appreciate that it is pretty tough because we've seen the figures from the LGA in terms of what's being spent on tourism and the visitor economy compared to previous years. So we know it has gone down. The short answer is that the government is channeling its funding through the various funds that you mentioned. That is where the support is going at the moment, and obviously there are tough choices there as well for local authorities in terms of how they allocate funding, but it is a local authority decision. That's part of the government's approach, is to provide further funding through regional authorities and local authorities as the way to do that. What we've been doing is, firstly, I think you're right. There is almost, and I hesitate to use the word, but there's almost an arrogance about the sector in certain parts of government in terms of it will always be there and it will always generate income. And I think the pandemic at least demonstrated that that isn't always the case and it can't be taken for granted. I think what we've done is try to move away from talking about tourism and talk more about the visitor economy as a whole, to show how tourism as an activity helps support the wider efforts of government at a national and regional level, but also bringing the word economy back into the activity to point out that it is there to provide funds to, it is a driver of growth, as it were, and it is very important. I think the other thing for us is it's part of the reason we've looked at that DMO network is to try and ensure that there is a clear framework that central government can work with and through, and to demonstrate what those organisations can do and how they are thinking strategically, and they are obviously incredibly competent, because that helps our argument as well across Whitehall in terms of providing that funding. And you and I spoke earlier, and I talked about one of my ambitions, which is that I would love those accredited DMOs to also be able to apply into those existing funds, not just local authorities. I think we should be giving that credit to those organisations. So I think that there is no silver bullet that's going to get us past this. We are in a campaign of proving to people and reminding people of the value of the sector, and at the same time creating the right infrastructure and the right relationship with government that then gives us potentially a platform to be able to do slightly more than we are doing at the moment. For us, it's those two things.
Thank you, Duncan. You won't be able to see me. I'm tucked around the corner here on Zoom. But we have had a question in from Zoom that has asked, what learnings has DCMS gained in terms of how to deal with crisis to help tourism to be more resilient with future crises?
Excellent. I'm slightly nervous that's So there's a lot of learnings from, I think, from the way that the pandemic occurred and how people learnt about things and responded. It wasn't something that anyone was used to, and so there will always be learnings in terms of how we approached it and dealt with it. I think for us, I hate saying upsides of the pandemic because it sounds like there was something good coming out of it, but there were things that we learned. Particularly, we worked much more closely with the sector. We understood more about things happening to organisations like DMOs, hence the DMO review. We worked very closely with Patricia and Visit Britain on how we supported businesses through the overall pandemic. And I think there is an inquiry ongoing about how government reacted and responded. So I won't preempt anything that comes out of that, but we certainly, I think, worked far more closely and learnt a lot more about the sector, and that's why actually a lot of the things that we're now doing have come out of that work as we think about how we can support the sector to be resilient and revive and thrive in as best a way possible as we can, recognising the current context, which is challenging. I think we are crisis to crisis is unfortunate. It would be great to be able to say that we've come out the other side and we're now looking forward to an uphill recovery, but I know it will be challenging in the short term.
Right, we're going to have to conclude that session. Can I thank you, Duncan, for joining us? And I know you've been here for quite some time today, so I appreciate that, and also the presentation. If we could show our appreciation to Duncan. Are you dashing off? Are you?
Hello everyone, and yes, we're going to move into next session, and we will have 3 panel speakers coming up. The first 2 are going to give shortish presentations, and our first is Jill Haig, MD from Cumbria Tourism, who is going to share some of her perspectives on tourism and community. And while Jill is just coming up on stage and we're connecting to PowerPoint, we've heard a lot about tourism and hospitality and the visitor economy today. I just wanted to share a reflection that we had a conference a couple of years ago, and a top hotelier jumped up and said, I don't work in tourism, I don't work in the visitor economy, I work in the happiness business. And it kind of links back to our first speaker today, that actually what virtually all of us are doing is delivering happiness, giving people happy experiences with links to, yes, economic spend, mental health, enjoyment, family time, etc. So maybe a little different perspective there. I work in happiness. And at that point, I'm going to hand over to Jill. Jill, the stage is yours.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, well, hopefully I'll be able to share a little bit of happiness out of what was quite a challenging time for us all. Okay, so I'm going to go back to 2020 and the many challenges that were thrown at us that we really just hadn't anticipated. I think probably for a lot of us at that point, we were going okay in terms of our objectives around growing our visitor economy. There, across there somewhere in the Lake District and wider Cumbria, we've always had some friction between our communities and our visitor audience. We've got what we describe as politely as a super ageing population and a lot of retirees. And we have, at the same time, and to be fair, a growing visitor economy. So things were going quite well in terms of the economy, but a little bit of tension that was coming through and perhaps becoming a little bit louder through our communities. And then, of course, COVID hit. And I'm just going to have to look at my slides a little bit. But yes, I won't read all of that out. But you've all experienced it where you are. And the absolutely devastating impact that had on the visitor economy. But equally, the incredible tensions that immediately created even when Mr. Johnson had announced that people could go out for leisure, but businesses were not open, communities, as you will recall, were extremely nervous and upset about anybody from outside the area coming in. And then as, I can't remember whether it was lockdown 1 or lockdown 2, but as rules began to relax a little bit further, and we began to support people coming back into the villages and the towns and the more sparsely populated areas, in that first year, being honest, we were reacting. We were reactive all the way through, and we weren't particularly joined up with our other agencies, and that created no end of angst, public angst, and real tensions between local communities, local councils, and the visitor community. So we needed to do something about that. Hopefully this will work this time. Yeah, so the positive that I suppose came out of it is that you know, we did get a different demographic. We did get lots of younger people that were coming. In truth, some of those younger people were some of the people who were perhaps doing the things that the super aging population didn't like. But I think there was a recognition that for a lot of the people that were coming to the Lake District in Cumbria for the first time, these were guys who perhaps don't, you know, haven't been Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts or whatever it is, and actually they're on a bit of a learning curve themselves, and it's how do we work with those people to support them. So what we did, and this I am really happy about, and I think that this for us was something I wished had happened 10 years ago or 20 years ago, but essentially what happened was, at the end of 2020, when the police were absolutely sick and the National Park were absolutely sick of all the letters and phone calls that they were getting from angry parish councillors, we formed a partnership. It's snappily named the Tactical Visitor Management Group. And it's a combination of the police, ourselves, big landowners like the Forestry England, National Trust, and local authorities. And what we did was we used all the data, all the evidence that we could find from the previous years about where people were parking, where they shouldn't be parking, where the litter problems were, where the motorhome problems were. And we devised a sort of area-by-area action plan with all of those agencies to almost intervene and prevent some of those challenges happening. So a really good example of that, I think, is that very quickly, motorhomes, everybody bought, I don't know who's got a motorhome, who sold a motorhome, but very quickly it appeared that nearly every second person in the country had bought a motorhome and wanted to bring it to the Lake District, and particularly wanted to put it next to a lake. And that created a lot of upset and angst, and they were taking up 2 or 3 car parking spaces. What we did was we worked together and collectively to create a motorhome route. It's called the Cumbria Coastal 200, and that was about trying to disperse people away from the centre of the Lake District, where we had enough people coming, thank you very much, and to encourage them to go and visit the outer lying areas of the county, where actually there isn't enough support from the visitor economy. So that was a really good and positive example of how we managed that. I'm going to keep going because I'm probably out of time already. Yeah, we use the 56-day rule. Now, I know talking to some local authorities, some DMOs, they really didn't like the 56-day rule, but that really worked for us, particularly around car parking. And if we could have used it again this year, we would have used it again this year. That stopped people parking on the verges. We got really quite tough using our county council and highways authorities. We repainted double yellow lines, which I think hadn't been done for a number of years, but we also prosecuted people where they were parking illegally and took a firm action. And I won't go through it all there, but the point being, at the end of the day, that the number of complaints that have been coming through just absolutely dropped away. It's rare now that those complaints come through, and what we've agreed to do is continue to work together in partnership to support our communities, because at the end of the day, you know, the this environment doesn't belong to our visitors, it doesn't belong to our communities, it belongs to all of us, and we need to find a way to make that work in harmony. And our visitors, I won't go through the slides now, but our visitors and satisfaction levels from that year, bearing in mind a lot of these were new visitors, were higher than they'd ever been. People did choose, the stats show that people did choose to visit areas outside the honeypots, and we have stats and evidence to show that people have come back for a second year as well. We have not cracked it. It is something that will continue to evolve, and certainly around public transport and getting people out of their cars, that's a really huge area for us to focus on. But considering that we had barely any money, it was really about partnership working, listening to what our communities were saying and trying to tackle the issues that upset them the most. Even really simple things like the local authorities increasing the frequency of their litter collections or providing litter picking kits for kids to use, really, really helped. So that's my example, if that helps, and I'm happy to take any questions later.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jill, and Jill will come back and join our panel in a few minutes. We're going to go straight on to our second speaker, fresh from Namibia. We have Kurt Jansen, retired or about to retire, heading off to Norfolk to grow lettuces, maybe, to see if he can win the next competition versus the Prime Minister. Kurt, over to you to talk about tourism priorities, or whatever.
Thanks, Robin, and thanks for the invitation to be here. Yeah, kind of went to Namibia for 4 months. You just can't be left by yourselves, can you? Really. Funny thing was that every lodge in Namibia kind of says it has Wi-Fi, because if it doesn't say it's got Wi-Fi, people won't book, but they don't actually have Wi-Fi. And so we didn't get much news of what was happening. But all the Germans over there, because it's basically Germans and French that go to Namibia, which is weird for a Commonwealth country. They were coming out to us, and obviously they had kind of just packages, bundles on their phones, and they would just kind of say, "Oh, you poor bastard." I go, "What? What's going on?" So it's been kind of really interesting to be back and kind of be brought up to speed by Duncan, who's kind of talking about lettuces. I go, "What the hell is this about the Prime Minister and a lettuce?" I have no idea what's going on. Right, let's see what I can do with this. Okay. Oh, there we go. I'm going to kind of take it back a step and look at kind of where we were at the beginning of the year, because kind of where we are now is kind of a reflection on where we were. And we undertook a financial impact survey, which I obviously sent out to all of you, and you filled in, talking about kind of what the impact of coronavirus, especially the Omicron variant, was on businesses. We got 2,000 kind of responses to that, which was really good. There was a couple of really interesting kind of facts and figures that came out of that. Kind of businesses with a 50% decline in revenue in December, which obviously is an important month for tourism. Tour operators, kind of almost 90% of them were down by 50%. Kind of guiding, conference events, language schools, coach operators, pubs, service accommodation, all kind of 40% plus 50% decrease. So that was really worrying. Businesses with cash reserves of less than 2 months. And you can see again there, you've got kind of a lot of businesses, 50% or more, just under 50% or more of them had less than 2 months cash left. And the other really worrying thing was the impact of staff leaving the industry, that people had gone on to other jobs, had decided kind of different life priorities, or gone back to Europe, a whole range of different issues, but all came together to mean that businesses kind of just didn't have the staff that they needed. So we're kind of looking for a really good tourism year this year to kind of rebuild the balance sheets, to attract people back into the industry and really kind of go forward and recover. The loss in revenue, some of you will have seen these figures before, are quite astounding. If you add up the loss of revenue across the industry over the 2 years of the pandemic, it was £179 billion. Now, government stepped in, as Duncan mentioned, with £37 billion in support for the industry, which was fantastic in that it staved off massive kind of collapse of businesses. But that still meant that businesses had to kind of suck up £142 billion of lost revenue. So that really emphasises the need for 2022 to have been a fantastic tourism season to get people back on their feet again. Unfortunately, it hasn't really turned out that way. Kind of cost of living crisis, Putin's invasion of Ukraine has really kind of put paid to that. This is from Visit Britain's latest sentiment tracker, and it shows why people, or what people think is a barrier to taking a holiday in the UK at the moment. And kind of for the first time ever, kind of UK weather is ranking down there in fourth. And all the other ones are about the cost of living, rising cost of living, rising costs of holidays and leisure, personal finances, cost of fuel. It's kind of, everyone's totally paranoid about kind of what's happening to their finances at the moment. So you've got a customer base that really isn't able or isn't willing to pay for services. The other kind of side of that coin is that there is a cost of business crisis in the industry as well. This is the latest survey that came out on businesses and how they're going to deal with energy price increases. 36% of businesses saying in the kind of hospitality and tourism industry saying that they can't kind of cope with these energy costs for more than 6 months. So you've got a customer base that can't pay more and a business base that can't charge less, which means kind of really something's got to give. Lloyd's recovery tracker came out this morning, so I kind of added in a quick new slide to just kind of show what's happening in the industry. They have a hospitality and tourism tracker. It's out of 100. If it's above 50, that means that the sector's expanding. If it's under 50, it means it's contracting. So latest figure for September, 36.3, so contracting substantially. Down from 38.5, so the contraction is growing in speed. Demand has been down, it's been below the 50 for the last 4 months, which covers the summer period, obviously, and it's the fastest decline since COVID came in. So the industry, again, is in a very poor state at the moment. It hasn't had that great summer that was needed to kind of get it through. Now, I'm not predicting that there's going to be kind of mass business closure. I think businesses will struggle to get through, and they will get through. But what it is going to do is going to set back kind of 2-3 years business investment in tourism and products and services. That is going to be a real kind of problem for competition going forward. We put out this Rebuilding Britain's Tourism Industry at the beginning of the year with our ideas about what to do. Just in the process of getting it published again, kind of reframing it as these are the policies and the government needs to implement to provide growth, because growth is where it's at rather than recovery at the moment. Measures that stimulate demand, kind of the non-fiscal ones are the ones that government are really going to pay attention to, because as you will see from the new Chancellor, we are kind of flipped back into kind of austerity Mark II at the moment. So fast-tracking high-value visitors and business visitors in the country, introduce a youth travel scheme, introduce a low-cost 5-year visa, because if one thing that Theresa May, not Theresa, God, they've changed so fast, that Liz Truss did to help the tourism industry is that she completed Objective 5 in the tourism recovery strategy in making the UK the most accessible destination by crashing the pound. So we are now a very accessible destination. And we need to capitalise on it by doing those types of things. On the domestic, again, I just keep bleating on about reforming the package travel regulations, because customers at the moment, they want kind of budget options, they want good value deals. Changing legislation would allow people to provide good value deals. It also has a really good impact on DMOs as well, because if you're a DMO and you're allowed to package things up, what it kind of means is two things. One, if you were a business and you wanted to find a partner to work with, where would you go to find the partner? Well, you'd go to a DMO. DMOs could then kind of get people together, provide packages that would support marketing campaigns, and then advertise those packages on their website. So you've got the kind of the marketing ability and the selling ability to generate revenue for the DMO if we could get that change. Fiscal measures, these are kind of a little bit more pie in the sky, because I really don't think that we're going to see any funding coming to tourism in the near future. But, you know, to get out there and market the UK as a destination to take advantage of the low exchange rate, it should be done. It's kind of a no-brainer. It's an immediate return to the Treasury as well. Reinstate the VAT reclaim scheme. I kind of thought that that had happened, and then came back to find out that it hadn't. Reintroduce kind of reduced rate VAT. It's a kind of a surefire way of stimulating demand. And of course, we need a business rates review. That's kind of a very quick run through of kind of where we think we are at the moment. But I think that the main thing is to note that out of the kind of chaos of today, we're pretty much on our own. I wouldn't expect to see anything significant coming out of government between now and the next election, which is only going to be kind of 15, 16 months away. By the time they sort themselves out, it is not going to it is not going to solve the fractures within the Conservative Party. There will still be continued infighting, and then they're going to go straight into election mode. So getting substantial kind of policies taken forward, I think, is pretty remote. So rather than kind of trusting in major changes from government, we need to kind of turn in towards ourselves and figure out kind of how we're going to see businesses through until the next election. Thank you.
Many thanks, Kurt. Kurt, would you like to grab a seat? And Jill, would you like to come back and join us on stage? And Patricia Yates from Visit Britain, would you like to come and join us as well? Have to say, listening to some of Kurt's figures there, it did make me wonder whether we are still in the happiness business, but hopefully we can keep that momentum going, because that's ultimately what we're delivering. We've got about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes now before tea, and this is when we're going to come over to you, and I'm going to rove around the room and put a microphone in front of anyone who wants to put their hand up and ask a question of our panel here. Before we do that, I'm just going to give a microphone, though, to Patricia, because we haven't heard from Patricia yet today. We're going to hear from her a little bit more later. I'm sure you have a comment on what's happening, or maybe some of the things you've heard today. Patricia.
Perhaps I won't start there. Just to say, you know, part of our role is to advise government on policy matters, and that we do take that as a serious part of our function. Obviously, through COVID, we ran TIER, so we brought industry and government departments together. I think that was really valuable for government departments to be able to talk directly to industry and to hear what the impact of government policy was, because sometimes there are unintended consequences, aren't there? And sometimes it's the implementation. You know, the policy sounds all right, but how are you going to implement it? So now we're looking at, well, with the last government, so with Liz Truss, it's all about growth and delivery. So how do we talk about tourism growth and that what a brilliant delivery partner tourism is? I mean, I would say that if you're looking for growth delivered right across the country, then tourism is the industry that can do it like no other. So what are the barriers to growth? Well, our visa policy and our process doesn't always help us. At the moment, China's shut, so we don't have an issue with visas from China. But if you look at some of the changes that America made there, they introduced a 10-year visa as standard, priced at the normal price of a visa. So Britain says that it loses money with every visa it issues, and yet we continues to charge £800 for a 10-year visa, rather than saying, well, let's issue a multi-year visa at the same price, and we will save money on doing that. So multi-year visas and and what's really happening. So I think one of the things we can do, because we have the international network, is feedback what the situation looks like on the ground. So India, one of our visa markets that's open and showing good economic growth and good flights coming in, a 16-week turnaround for visas. And what does that mean? That means that travel agents and tour operators who really control the Indian market do not want to sell us, because they don't want to get someone to commit and then find they didn't get their visa in time, which means the tour operator has to stand all the cancellation costs, when they can easily sell a Schengen destination with much more certainty. So some of those areas that I think we can think about, and then looking to the future, the introduction of ETAs. So making sure we're looking at good models like America and Australia, and how quick and easy that can be done for people that go to there. I personally like the financial model of the American one as well, which is the money from the ESTA funds the National Tourist Board. Very happy to do that, and then the Tourist Board has to match fund from industry. So we're looking a lot at borders and our welcome, and then the story of regional growth. So if we want to grow value and we want to grow value quickly, how do we get greater dispersal? Our marketing is doing well in increasing visits outside of Britain. So normally it's about 64% who stay in London, and with our marketing, we're getting that down to about 37%. So it is really having a shift. But there are lots of issues there, aren't there? There's infrastructure. If you've been trying to get on Avanti trains all this year to get to the Lake District, you will know how difficult it is to get there. So get the infrastructure right, and then when you get to the station, how do you get to attractions? How easy is it for visitors? Raising the knowledge of places. I went to Korea earlier this year. People didn't know why they should go outside London. You know, there is a real fog over the rest of the country. So what story do we tell to raise that aspiration? And then how do we work with local DMOs? How do we have that visitor economy group at the grassroots who can really drive and deliver and get private and public sector working together on the ground? I'll stop there. Shall I pause?
Thank you, and we're going to be hearing from Patricia again later, so plenty of opportunity there. Right, who has some questions that they'd like to ask of our panel? I'm just going to chuck the first one in, maybe to Jill and then Kurt. We've all been in destination management for a very long time. How's your overall mood in terms of optimism, pessimism for the next 5-10 years? If you could hand the microphone between you. If you could keep the microphone quite close, because we have a global audience out there listening in on us.
Of course. We just had this conversation, didn't we, with some of our DMOs at lunchtime. I think you just have to be resilient in this sector. Joe from Peak District in Derbyshire was saying earlier on, you know, if we were classed as a manufacturing sector, or we were, the number of businesses that we represent, and we were Rolls-Royce, we wouldn't be always having to fight quite so hard to get just a little bit of seed funding. But I think from my perspective, certainly, we really believe in the product that we have. We work alongside some fantastic businesses, some fantastic partners at local, regional and at national level. And our job is to really work with Patricia, with Kurt, with Duncan, and with our politicians to help them understand what the art of the possible is with our support.
Thanks, Jill. Despite all the kind of the worrying figures that I kind of came up with in the presentation, the long-term future of tourism in the UK is fantastic. It is based on the most amazing natural, historic, cultural attractions and resources of any country in the world. You know, it is the place that people want to go to on their bucket list. That won't change. It is a fantastic kind of microcosm of everything you want on a holiday in the UK. We've just got to get it through these extraordinary times that we're going through at the moment to make sure that it's in the best position for when the economy does turn around again, that the industry can provide the growth that it always provides when economies recover. You know, when we came out of the global financial crisis, for the first 3 years after the crash, tourism provided a third of the UK's growth. So it is a fantastic industry. It will keep going. We've just got to kind of get it through this really extraordinary patch that we're in at the moment. And as Duncan kind of said in his talk, it's almost a victim of its own success because it does so well. It doesn't take that much of the government's time in the past, and therefore it's been overlooked because it always bounces back, it always does well, it's always there.
Thank you, Kurt. And we're going to go straight on to another question, and I'm going to hand over to Alison. Can I come back to you in a minute? Can I come back to you in a minute? You can add it onto you can go first this time round. I'm going to go to Alison, who is the new TMI Head of Sustainability. I suspect I know what the question's going to be. Alison.
Thank you, Robin. Yes, you're partially right. I think, picking up, Kurt, you're talking about the longer view, and that it is very positive for UK tourism. We've got a great offer. In terms of the whole theme of revive and thrive, and looking at that long view, where do we stand on sustainability? I mean, Visit Scotland are signatories to the Glasgow Declaration. They're very much focused on destination net zero, and it would be very interesting to hear, where Visit Britain and Visit England see their role in leadership on sustainability going forward.
Patricia, you can do a double header answer.
Shall I do the sustainable one first? So on sustainability, and actually I've just come from a board meeting with Scotland and Wales and England talking about our sustainable strategies. The tourism recovery plan that Duncan mentions talks about rebuilding a sustainable and accessible industry. That's absolutely what we're doing. We've done research, international research that looks at what people how people are choosing destinations on sustainability grounds, so the things we need to be talking about. I would say it isn't all net zero. Some of it is about getting under the skin of places, really having an authentic experience, eating local food, all things that actually make holidays and experiences better. So it's in industry's interest to deliver them. Because Scotland and Wales, because I Visit Britain and Visit England, so Scotland and Wales are already making great steps on sustainability. England is appointing a sustainability lead to take up that work. There are already sustainable itineraries on our websites to consumers, and we're promoting sustainability attractions and hotels so that we are starting that thread of content. I've also been asked to lead the working group for the Tourism Industry Council, which is the DCMS industry-led group on sustainability. So we're looking at developing the plan for what industry will sign up to as being its commitment around environmental but also social and economic sustainability. So there, a long one. Can I do reasons to be cheerful as well?
Go on then, yes.
I'm determined. Well, I am a glass half full person, so I'm going to say cheerful. If you look at international markets, so let's start there. America back to where it was in 2019. We crashed the pound, so we're looking really good value. American tour operators, hugely positive when I see them. We've not hit headroom there. So America, America, America. We're just putting the Gulf in the mix of our marketing as well. We can see strong flights, enormous loyalty from the Gulf. They spend a lot of money. And we've had changes to the visa process there that all act in our favour. And I would say India is the other one we're looking at because there's good economic growth there, there's good flight capacity coming on there, not worth investing until the visa processing is sorted out, but would certainly keep that on our horizon. So internationally, I think there are some signs of strength there. And of course, we have amazing events. Becky talked this morning about us doing running the Commonwealth Games. We've had the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. We had the History and Heritage on display for the funeral. Next year we've got the coronation. We've got Eurovision, which my Europe team are crazily excited about. So we have a run of moments when the eyes of the world will be on Britain and we can tell our story.
Thank you. Good to hear our Head of Visit Britain is optimistic. Jill and Kurt, answer to the sustainable question. Are you signing up to the Glasgow Declaration?
I think on the sustainability front, from a rural destination, you have to have that at the forefront of what you're doing because your environment is everything and the reason why people want to come. So I feel like in the Lake District in Cumbria, we've had this agenda for probably 20 plus years. However, Cumbria has decided that it wants to reach net zero by 2037. So the pressure is rebuilding. And I think that, as ever, and going back in a sense to the presentation that I give, none of this can be done in isolation. All of this has got to be about partnership, and there does need to be a level of investment as well. So the car is often seen as the enemy in a place like the Lake District. But at the moment, we do not have a public transport system that can either get people here or around as reliable as we would want them to be, or as frequently and as affordably. So there's a lot of work to do. But behind the scenes, I think that businesses, that are absolutely up for this agenda, and I think that the energy crisis and opportunities for businesses to save some money, as well as support the net zero agenda, is appetising. But again, I think a little bit of seed money would go a long, long way in supporting those ambitions.
On sustainability, the one thing that the government can do that would increase substantially the sustainability of the UK tourism industry is create a policy environment that encourages more people to take domestic holidays rather than jetting off overseas on their holidays. It's a very simple thing to do. You just policy changes. I've mentioned the package travel regulations. Let's have a business rates review because the business rates on tourism businesses in destinations are crushing. And also thinking kind of more about kind of how we're taxing tourists. For example, one of the problems we've got is seasonality. And why have we got a seasonality problem? It's because people work up to the VAT threshold in kind of rural seaside areas and then close down their business so they don't go over the threshold and bugger off to Mallorca for the winter. If we had a VAT threshold for businesses which was only £2,000 but had a VAT rate that's 10%, the government would still get the same amount of money in the VAT receipts, but it would disincentivize people from closing down their businesses, therefore they would put offers, therefore increase seasonality, therefore kind of increase domestic tourism right throughout the year and cut emissions from people going overseas. That's the side of kind of creative thinking that's needed to solve it. Kind of rather than where do you put your hand wipes and is the kind of the towels being put in the bathtub. It's kind of a policy environment that'll do the most change.
Good, some good practical suggestions there. We have a question from our digital audience, which Fran will read to us.
Hi there. Okay, question for Patricia. Again, similar to the last Zoom question, it's about the experiences and learnings over the crisis and any changes in the way Visit Britain feel they are doing things, mainly in the terms of funding, forming relationships, partnerships, public-private sectors.
Well, I think the big change in during COVID was that our international money was switched to domestic. So we did a huge amount of domestic marketing, and some of that was in partnership with the Treasury. So one thought that the Treasury had understood the importance of domestic marketing, but alas, the last CSR we didn't get any money for domestic marketing. So not quite a change there. We are changing quite substantially. I don't think it's necessarily anything to do with COVID. I've been CEO for 3 months now.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You can still congratulate. so very new. And what I've come in and I really want to reset is our relationship with industry. I think we're very good at transmit, said she with a microphone, and I'm just about to do a PowerPoint. I think we're very good at transmit. We need to be better at engage. So we've spent the last 3 months exhaustingly talking to industry about how we can work more closely together. We're looking at setting up a sales and marketing advisory board of the best marketeers in tourism across the business, who look at our data, share their data, think about where the best markets are, best audiences are, to get value to Britain quickly. We've amended our buzz seeker to be an experience seeker, so that focus on value coming through again. We've set up the British Tourism Industry Group, which is we're going to keep as a really small group of advisors who speak to us honestly and frankly, and it's Chatham House rules. So we've had the first meeting of that. I think it went really well. And so we're doing lots more work in partnership with WTM with UK Inbound, as we often are. We're bringing over 100 buyers for Britain and Ireland Marketplace with ITOA. We've hosted a dinner for ITOA members to talk about how we can work together. We're all trying to do the same thing. And yes, we've had funds for DMCs that we can do joint marketing, and we're looking at gateway projects as well. So we've got some money in funding pots where we can work with industry. And I shouldn't forget business events, where we have a business events growth program. We are doing amazingly well at promoting England with partners on international platforms, i.e. going to lots of conferences. The team were targeted on expressions of interest as we follow those through to conversion. And I have to say they've smashed it. That could be because they targeted too low, or it could be that business events are coming back really quickly, much faster than we expected.
Thank you. Andrew Bateman, Head of TMI Policy.
Hi. A question really around labour shortages. We know we've got a bit of an issue in the hospitality sector. I was just wondering whether the panel had a view on whether we can address that sort of internally, domestically, or do we need to be looking at turning the taps back on and looking at controlled migration, maybe by addressing shortage occupation lists, etc.
I give a kind of regional response, and I'm sure Kurt will be able to say something far more eloquent. But in a place like ours, where we are fairly remote and we're not surrounded by conurbations, we have probably relied too much on international foreign labour for too long. And I think with Brexit coming as it was, and COVID coming when it did, I don't think we did enough as an industry in our county to prepare for the change. That said, any preparation wouldn't have closed that gap that we have. So we've always been tight on labour, but at the moment we're in a situation where, and I'm sure many of you are, where businesses are closed multiple days a week, or significant parts of their business are closed down and not operating. So how does that help the Treasury? And the pressure on the existing staff and the owners of the businesses and the managers of the business is inordinate. My view, personally, is that there has to be some level of controlled migration, and it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all. I just feel deeply upset, actually, to see businesses that have gone through what they've gone through over the last 2 or 3 years, and who have really worked hard in order to look after their staff and look after their communities and their businesses, and finding themselves caught with one hand behind the back.
This is a really tricky one, and I don't think there is a kind of silver bullet which will solve it. I think there's many kind of little initiatives that together will kind of hopefully in total resolve a lot of this. And one is, businesses getting more connected to their local communities and local schools, promoting themselves as an introduction into the workforce. Maybe even a stepping stone to other businesses. There's kind of retraining to get people back in the industry, maybe incentivising older people who have retired to get back into the industry, because at the moment the clawback scheme that the government's got, if you re-enter the workforce, really doesn't incentivise anyone to take on part-time work. So kind of rejigging that so it incentivises kind of people on a pension to come back in is one way. Another way of getting cohorts of people in is expanding the youth mobility scheme, which at the moment is pretty much broken. Theoretically, it's something like 55,000 people between the ages of 18 and 32 can come into the country at the moment. But the way that the government has allocated those positions, a lot of them, in fact, a majority of them, go to Australia. And I think Australia has 35,000 positions and only gets 20,000 people who actually want to come over here a year. So there's kind of 15,000 positions on the youth mobility scheme that aren't even used, whereas people for Japan are only allocated 2,000 and it's oversubscribed and they have to go into a ballot system to come here. So why not transfer that 15,000 from Australia to Japan and we get more people. We're also in the position now, we've left the EU, that we can sign individual agreements with different European destinations to get people in for 2 to 3 years. And the government's kind of heading in this direction. It's with New Zealand and Australia, it's increased the length of time that people can stay in the UK under the youth mobility to 3 years and increase the age level to 35. Well, let's take that and apply it to France, to Germany, to Spain, to Italy. It's a real good way of getting people who are enthusiastic to come over, to enjoy the culture, the heritage, to work in the industry. And okay, they go home in 2-3 years, but you look at the churn rates in the industry anyway, and if someone stays in a job for 2-3 years, you're doing pretty well.
Can I make one other point on that as well, which is coming through really loud and clear from our businesses now that we've been going through this for a period of time, which is that we're having to put square pegs into round holes. That doesn't sound very nice, does it? But not everybody is suited to working front of house and has the skills or the aptitude for that. And the consequence of some of that is the reputation of the business. And again, I just feel deeply frustrated that the policy seems to be that we must get people into work at all costs, but the cost is actually to the business. And the HR impacts and the knock-on effects that has for other staff. So I just think that's another really important issue that we need to look at in a bigger context.
Patricia, did you want to add something? I'm trying to squeeze one more question in after this, so if we can try...
I think the policy options have all been discussed. Right. I mean, I would just say, what's our role as the National Tourist Board, given that We want to put effort where we think we'll have some impact. And in conversation with the industry, they've sort of said, this is our problem, let us lead on it. So we support industry rather than taking the lead on that. So we do things like English Tourism Week, and we're looking at the campaign that the industry is pulling together and how we can support that.
Okay, thank you. So final question before we break for tea.
I'll try and be quick. Thank you, Kurt, for raising the importance of heritage and culture to our visitor economy. My question is focused on that, and what opportunities, particularly given our difficult funding structure at the moment, is there to be more collaborative across culture and heritage as two sectors that very much rely on the visitor economy?
Over to you, Kurt.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Philip. I mean, I think that there are fantastic opportunities, but kind of rather than, well, from a policy kind of directive, it's incumbent on ourselves to find them and make them. And it's a realization kind of within ourselves that, you know, tourism is an ecosystem. It's not made up of different silos of businesses. As we found out over COVID, you know, if one part of this ecosystem falls over, the whole ecosystem itself collapses. So that, with that recognition, you know, there are a myriad of kind of opportunities. It's kind of beholden on us to kind of find them and develop them. There's a leadership role that, you know, TMI can make. There's a leadership role that, you know, Tourism Alliance, that Visit Britain can take in this, and you know, DCMS as well to encourage these partnerships. You know, there's the usual policy things like package travel regulations, yeah, changing things like that to encourage people to work together. There's also things like we just had the call for evidence on the accommodation registration. One of the benefits of that, because we've all been looking at it from a kind of health and safety for the consumer point of view, one of the things that really came out during COVID was that there is so many businesses out there that none of us kind of know who they are, where they are, how they're operating, what they're doing. Having a registration scheme where we've got kind of a list of everyone in our area that works in the tourism industry, or at least in the accommodation side, is a real starting point for being able to kind of get information out to them about kind of what the opportunities are, pulling them together into DMOs, getting kind of them into membership, and working through all those collaborative kind of possibilities that are there.
Thank you very much, Kurt. I think that was a question specific to Kurt. We're running slightly late now, so we're going to break now for tea. So we're going to break with a video from TXGB, who've been an award sponsor. They're not actually here today. We're going to play a video while you head off for your tea. If you can come back, please, promptly at 25 minutes past. We're changing the order around of the last two sessions. So Patricia is back again at 25 past to give us a fuller update on all the activities. And then we're going to be hearing from Alison and Natalie down the line on some of that sustainability side. So break now until 25 past, please. Tea's at the back of the room, and please watch the video.
From romantic city breaks to glamping in the lakes, Tourism Exchange Great Britain, or TXGB, helps you reach new customers, drive sales, and boost your profitability. Launched in partnership with Visit Britain and Visit England to bring together tourism businesses and routes to market, TXGB helps customers discover Britain's tourism products and helps grow your operations. Whether you're a supplier, distributor, destination, or tourism technology provider. If you're a supplier, just link your business to TXGB for free to instantly diversify your distribution. Connect with your existing booking system, property management system, or channel manager, or use our free inventory loading tool. Whatever size your business, just join once to choose from multiple sales channels. TXGB offers niche distribution options, destination websites, and the choice to opt into specific campaigns for free, alongside established global brands. We'll help you expand your reach or become bookable online for the first time, whatever suits your business goals. Your customers will see the latest availability and prices in real time. And if you make any changes to these, TXGB will update across all your chosen sales channels. When you take a booking, you'll only pay a 2.5% fee, plus the commission of your chosen distributor. And it doesn't stop there. With data on booking and travel trends at your fingertips, you'll understand your customers and manage your business more effectively. So, how can TXGB benefit distributors? Our platform allows you to access an expanding range of tourism products, accommodation, attractions, and experiences, helping you streamline your product development and reach previously unreachable suppliers. And because we're working with the National Tourist Board, we'll always know what's new and trending. From food foraging to boutique hotel hideaways, TXGB will improve your product acquisition strategy nationwide. And if you're a destination that wants to help consumers move from look to book, you can join TXGB as a distributor too and get local tourism products bookable across your website and campaign activity. And tourism technologies. Your clients want to sell via a range of distribution channels, and we want to work with you to achieve that. Take advantage of TXGB's access to niche distributors, dozens of destination websites, and several international OTAs. From city sightseeing to coastal campsites, we join the dots, matching Britain's amazing tourism products and their booking systems with a broad network of distribution channels. Join our mission to unlock the full potential of the tourism sector. Connect for free and help make Britain bookable at txgb.co.uk.
Hi, welcome back everybody to the final session. Can I invite Patricia up to join me? We're certainly getting our money's worth out of you today, Patricia. Thanks so much for coming. As you'll have noted, we've just moved the agenda around a little bit, so Patricia can catch the train. No, the train is cancelled. So you could do an evening slot for us, can you?
Hello, me again. So thank you for inviting me to speak at your conference. I'm getting very used to going out and travelling around the area, but I've not been to Middlesbrough before, so it's been very interesting to be here. And I've been asked to speak about how we see tourism performing from a national point of view, what we at Visit Britain are doing to support the sector, and how we'll be working with you. So, let's start by a look at our forecasts for growth. So I would say this is inbound tourism, and it was done before the pound collapsed, so we'll have another look at it. And it shows the trajectory for a spend recovery set to beat 2019 levels by 2024. And inbound visitor numbers only lag slightly behind getting back to 2019 levels by 2025. So what that means is we're getting higher spend per visitor, which is really what we want to do. We are absolutely focused on value. So where is growth coming from? It's certainly not coming from all markets. If you think in 2019, our biggest spending markets were the USA, China, France, and Australia. If you look at forward bookings, North America is pretty much back to 2019 levels, actually. And I think North America is where we would talk about the opportunity for growth. So we predict that between 2019 and 2025, we will see a 33% growth from America. And remember, this is 33% on our biggest market. So these are big numbers. And if we can keep America going and keep growth coming from America, to get that value coming into Britain is really important. North Europe, we're seeing growth, even Oceania recovering, but China resolutely closed. There wasn't the move away from the COVID zero policy that had been expected at the last China Congress. I mean, I can't see China opening this financial year, I was saying earlier this year, and whether there will then be political overlays over travel from China. If you look at just the economics, the forecasts are that growth from China will come back very quickly. There's a real appetite for international travel. We've also done some international research called MIDAS, which I think is rather a nice name. So it's Motivations, Influences, Decisions and Sustainability. So actually, if you're interested, so the earlier questions I was asked on international visitors' views on sustainability, do look at this research. And we can see that, you know, post-pandemic, there is still a lingering, people want reassurances about health and safety, but also the cost, they want that flexibility of being able to cancel, and the ease of travelling. And if you look at the drivers for selecting a destination, unsurprisingly, in an economically more constrained world, we can see that value for money is a key driver for destination choice, followed by welcome, followed by freedom to roam. Now let me go backwards up that, which is sort of where we are on the leaderboard on this. So freedom to roam, we do quite well on. Actually, we're a small country, and for all our complaints, we have a pretty good public transport system. So international visitors would give us a tick there. Welcome, we've always been a bit mid-table on welcome. Went up a bit post-Olympics, went down a bit after a few years out. So that's an area where we're not ranked as the most welcome destination in the world. There was a run of it being Canada. I've not seen the latest results, but Canada, so we need to be more Canadian. Does very well on welcome. Value for money is not our strength. And this is a particular worry that we see from international tour operators when, because of supply side problems, we are not offering the quality that we normally offer because hoteliers are making compromises in not quite offering what they would normally do, keeping the price the same or putting it up. And certainly the European tour operators are starting to question why should they keep Britain quite so prominently on their programme. So although I've said, you know, supply side issues, I think industry are the drivers of, at the end where we're trying to stimulate demand, it is going to cause us problems. Looking at our research, the appetite for travel, you can see that China is pretty good there, though they can't come. And as a result of this, at the moment we're marketing in some European markets and America, and we're shifting some of the European markets that didn't do quite so well, like the Netherlands, and moving into the GCC. Our domestic sentiment research, I just realised I can see it up there. So this is domestic sentiment, which we're doing really regularly. We've been doing it all through COVID. And through COVID, it was all about how nervous people were about travelling. And then all of a sudden, cost of living started coming through. So we thought, well, we'll keep it running and see what this looks like. And if you see on domestic overnights, people's pattern at the moment, but I would say I think things are only getting worse, aren't they, is that they will try and keep those overnights, but they will compromise. They will go for cheaper accommodation. They will not spend as much money going out, and they will try and look at free things to do. And indeed, when I talk to many attractions and businesses, that's what they say. People may be coming, but the secondary spend is down. If you look at day trips, I think it's much more of a worrying picture. So 34% of people are going to look for more free things to do. 32% are going to take fewer day trips, and 14% are not going to go on day trips at all. So the first thing that will be hit during the winter is the day trip market. If you want to see any of our research, it's all on our website, and you're welcome to have a look. So challenges. I know I've said I'm a glass half full person, but let's go through some of the challenges. We are behind the curve on recovery. Now, in some places, that's because it's a very simple product. You know, if it's Greece, you need to get the summer visitors back. When they opened, the summer visitors came back. We have a more complex product and more international markets to make up our marketing mix. We're not as well funded as other tourist sports. And if you watch those really irritating Tourism Ireland ads, you will see that there is a lot more money going into Tourism Ireland than there is in Tourism for Britain. The global cost of living crisis, we're keeping an eye on that and seeing what international consumer sentiment is and how we have to portray ourselves in international markets. Some of the reputational challenges there from Europe that we don't appear as welcoming. The loss of ID cards, while I can absolutely understand the policy imperative behind that, the impact on that has really been hitting the school trip market. So that initial welcoming to young people, it looks pretty odd, doesn't it, if you're sitting in Europe. And then the last one is about us. I think that we haven't worked as well as with industry. We haven't done the public-private partnerships in a way that we could. And we are trialling, following our North American trade mission, we're trialling market co-ops, which means that as well as working with some of the big players like British Airways and Expedia, who gives us hundreds of thousands and are very welcome, but we have more of a marketing co-op approach with smaller sums of money. Different players can join with us in a joint campaign. So we'll see how it goes. It's a test and learn. We'll see what the appetite is and we'll see how it goes. I've seen the agency that we've just employed to do this. It's a very experienced agency that does this for many other destinations and it works very well. The reason I've gone for America is when I've been talking to tour operators from different countries, they have all said American tour operators are just used to this ask. Try us. So we are. And then the opportunities. I think there were many initiatives that we in the industry did that shows when we put our heads together we can get things done. So the We're Good to Go scheme, for example, where I can't remember, I think my target was about 5,000 people said they might hit, and we got up to about 35,000, and it was a real marketing tool for us to be able to use when people were very nervous about travelling. Having that industry input and getting industry involved at a much earlier stage gives us access to their data as well as giving us the opportunity to showcase ours, and that co-op marketing approach. I'm really interested to see how that works because that could be a real unlocker for us in an environment where we can see government money might not be that easy to get our hands on. We are, however, fortunate to have real support from the Great Campaign. We get about £20 million a year from the Great Campaign. We are very open to mopping up any underspends from Great, which normally are discussed around now, because in tourism we can upweight campaigns really easily. So we are fortunate in having the support of that Great Campaign, and we do that in the targeted markets, so it's in about 5 or 6 markets. And the campaign is doing really well. I've said we're taking it out of markets where it's not doing quite so well. America was above expectation, so we will definitely keep going there. And as I mentioned, so I've ruined my own presentation. We have had some great events in Britain this year. And I would say that, history and heritage, to someone that was talking earlier, history and heritage is a bit of a double-edged sword for a tourism industry. And I was having some interesting conversations with Florence, who had exactly the same issues. If you had things here that were here 200 years ago, and they will be here in 200 years in the future, why do I need to come and see it now? And for tourism, we need them to come and see it now. So having an event is one of the drivers to show our history and heritage as alive and current. And if you want to see these events, you need to come now. And if you want to see some of the exhibitions that are on around our history and heritage, you need to come and see now. So I think we have enormous opportunities going in with the coronation and Eurovision next year to tell that story of Britain and of a welcoming Britain as well, and try and address some of those negatives. So, what are we trying to do? The first one is drive value back as quickly as possible. I think I've said that. The second one, we have had funding from DCMS. If you think about how people consume content now, it's different from how it was a couple of years ago. And this is an opportunity for us to invest in digital platforms, to look at how we pull together data so that we are building ourselves to be a real digital and data hub for the future. That will enable us to go into markets and out of markets more easily. At the moment, I have people on the ground, hugely positive about people in the ground. They give it insights and connectivity. But for some of the smaller markets, we could trial things digitally and play and fish where the fish are, basically. So it gives us much more flexibility and agility. And of course, the coin of that is great content. So we do want to form content partnerships with you. And the delivery of that is the data you have that enables us to refine the campaigns, but also to have more up-to-date data to share with industry. Building the English visitor economy. I'll just sort of pause here, shall I? So, as Duncan has mentioned, the Dubois Review set its own challenge for us, because in how I would sum it up is government said, this is a really good idea, and we'd like you to deliver it, but not with the money. So that is what we are doing. There has been some money given to us, before Duncan interrupts me. We have had some money given to us to pilot this, as he explained. And we are out going round, running round tables to really go through some of our proposals for the LVEPs, that's the second tier, of how we accredit at the LVEP level, what that will mean for people who aren't accredited, and what we need to get delivered by the one pilot to enable us to show government in 2 years' time that this is really worth doing. And I think that we, organisationally, and Duncan absolutely have to drive that very hard, because we have to have the evidence to be able to show government in a couple of years' time. And having run the Deaf campaign, which I would say that everyone involved in it thought it was really successful, but getting that evidence in the timescales we needed to get extra funding was really difficult. So we need to make sure this is set up well from the beginning to enable us to help everyone else. Building our influence, that's some of the policy work I was talking about. So bringing together industry roundtables. We had our first one on borders policy, led by Carol Hui, who's our board member who works at Heathrow, and giving some of those issues that we can then have, we can then enable a debate on policy matters and perform our role of advising government. I'm very clear here, this shouldn't be a list of problems. It should be where we can fix things, where we can learn from other countries, because I don't think government is always very good at seeing what other countries have tried and what's worked. And I'm very keen to pinch good ideas. So where can we see that we can have solutions that government could introduce? And then building our team. This is a memo to me. So this is about, I have people in 22 international markets, but we need to work as one team and work together to get decision making really slick and to get that test and learn and agility running right through the organization. So, what are we trying to deliver for you? So the international marketing campaigns, the always-on activity, that's sort of our social media campaigns that we do in many markets. Our partnerships, our travel trade events. I mentioned the trade mission to America. We're doing other trade events around Europe, and we're thinking of doing one in India, hit by the visas issue at the moment because the visas issue is reciprocal. You can't, as a Brit, easily get a visa to go to India at the moment. But if you're interested in coming on trade missions, do look at our website and see what's there. And supporting business events. We have money dedicated to business events. England has put additional money into the pot, and we are out promoting England very successfully with lots of destination partners in international markets. So how can you work with us? Well, share your stories with us. So give us content, get involved, come to our trade events, work with us on business events. We run, Visit England in particular runs training and upskilling programs around digital skills for SMEs. If you want us to host one in your area, let us know. And we run, as I'm sure many of you know, educationals for trade, educationals for media. Do get in touch with if you're interested. When I spoke at UK Inbound as well, what they said they would like is they would like to see more of the Visit Britain team coming on familiarisations, and I agree. It's a lot easier to promote somewhere that you've actually seen, isn't it? So if that's something that you're interested in, do get in touch on that as well. I've talked about the England landscape, so as well as that focus on the DMO review, which I think is absolutely crucial there, we will continue the business support programme there, and we're also looking at the England brand and how do we build an England brand that everyone could unite behind, slightly stymied by not having the money for domestic marketing. Okay. Yes, I'm nearly there. So if you're looking at working with Visit England, as I've said, look at our website, look at our advice hub, come to our webinars, get involved in our regional awards. I don't know if any of you here came to our awards at Birmingham at the library this year. It's a stunning event. It was hosted by Claire Baldwin, who you've already heard is absolutely cracking. And it's really nice to celebrate some of the best in the country. So do get your people involved. And TXGB, which you've seen a promotion for as well. This is just a bit, I'm being hurried here, so I'll go quickly. So this is just a bit of what we're doing on our policy advice. Again, if you're interested in that, or if you're big enough to have public affairs people that you'd like to talk to us, do get them in touch with us. And if you want to know more about how you can work with us, we do now have a prospectus up on our website that you can click on the link and find it. And I'm very happy for the presentation to go out later. Here we are.
Patricia, we feel we've really had our money's worth from you today. You've done us proud. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Alison, welcome. And I believe we've got Natalie, but virtually. Is that correct?
That's
or
right,
something like
yes.
that? I'll hand over to you anyway.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for staying, first of all. I know a lot of people have got to get to trains, but I hope you'll stay for the next 20 minutes, if possible. I'll be talking for about 10, 12 minutes, and then Natalie, very sadly, can't be with us today. She sends her apologies, but we will be hearing from her and the experiences that she's got of building partnerships with academia and business. And, you know, I think we've heard a lot today about partnerships, and we heard right at the very beginning how important it is to be happy and positive, and we've had a few discussions recently, maybe not quite so positive, with the politics, the policy challenges and everything else. But we do want to end on looking at celebrating good practice and partnerships, and that's very much what I'd like to focus on now. You know, sustainability is a big subject. There's lots of challenges for businesses who are already struggling in terms of feeling they've got to build that into what they're doing. But there are some great stories out there, and we want to celebrate them. And And firstly, I'd really like to share some of my experience of working with a network of international green destinations representatives around the country, international representatives globally, and also being part of some of the UNWTO Glasgow Declaration working groups. So I think thinking about those international conversations gives some context to what we're doing here. And certainly a lot of those conversations do focus on net zero, which is a topic that most people find overwhelming. It's the response one gets from in most conversations that I've been listening to and been part of. And the first question people ask is, where do I start? So, is it all about net zero? I mean, reducing emissions is clearly absolutely critical to everything we do going forward. But it is only one element of sustainable destination management. And it's one of the elements that destination managers need to think about. There are many others, and there are standards that have been set internationally by the Global Sustainability Tourism Council, GSTC. Some of you, and imagine the students maybe, amongst them, will be very familiar with those. And they have set standards internationally for sustainable destination management. And those are the standards that are used by the two major international sustainable destination certification schemes, EarthCheck and Green Destinations. And I think if we look at the themes that the Green Destination Scheme covers, you can see there are 6 of them. There's destination management, there's culture, there's nature, there's social well-being, there's business, and of course there is environment and climate, which is often the most challenging. But I think if you look and think about your work, and as everybody said, we are very good at sustainable tourism in this country. We've been doing it for 20 years. Tony Klimpson, about 20 years ago, was discussing this in the New Forest. It's not a new subject for us. And I think that, if you're in any doubt about, whether what you're doing fits that sustainability tag, it's worth looking at those GSTC criteria and seeing whether you meet them. So I think really the question is not so much where do I start, but how do I take the next step? And one of the next steps you could take is that you could join 700 or more tourism organisations that have signed up to the Glasgow Declaration for Tourism Climate Action. In terms of destinations, some of the leading destinations that are part of that that move for climate change and that have signed up include Visit Scotland. They were one of the forerunners, one of the first signatories, and there are 6 DMOs and local authorities in Scotland that have also signed up. In England, there are 2 destinations, London and Partners, and Visit Gloucestershire. Now they're looking, the people that have come together didn't know where to start a year ago. They signed up, they thought, how are we going to do this? And what they've done is they've come together in partnerships to try and address that. In particular, there are 7 international organizations that are very focused on sustainable tourism, and they've come together to form the Future of Tourism the Future of Tourism Coalition. And they are also working with the UNWTO to set up working groups to try and work out what they can do and how they can help all these signatories take those steps each year to trying to achieve net zero before 2050. And they have started, what some of those working groups are doing is looking at how do you measure emissions. You know, clearly, if we're going to take action, we want to know if it's had impact, and unless you measure, how do you know if you've had impact? So measuring emissions is a big challenge. The working group is currently looking at carbon calculators, so existing systems for measuring those emissions, and they're looking at them for accommodation, they're looking at them for tour operators, and most challengingly, they're looking at how destinations can start to measure their emissions. A couple of weeks ago, Green Destinations and the Future of Tourism Coalition got together for their global convention in Athens, and there were about 250 delegates there from destinations around the world. And what I would like to do is share with you some of the really key success factors that came out of that, the common themes that came out of that conference. So, first of all, these destinations found it incredibly important to really focus on where they could have impact. You know, DMOs come in all sizes. You know, some of you are working in very small DMOs, some are much larger. Where is it that you can have the most impact? And as a DMO, you need to embrace your leadership role. It's one thing that you can do with your destinations is lead and support your local businesses. DMOs are also very well placed to build partnerships. We've heard a lot about that today. You need to work with other people and really work with local champions. And once you can start to get people around the table, you can start to plan, you can start to look at what your common goals are, your common vision, and start to set goals that are realistic to your destination. And once you know what you want, you're in a much better place to start to lobby at local level, at regional level, and at national level. And we've heard a lot today about policy, the need to change policy, you know, and if you know where you want to go, you can start to drive that national policy as well. And a very good starting point is to think about who is it within your organization that could coordinate sustainability for you. Maybe you're in a position where you could appoint somebody to be a sustainability coordinator. I imagine most of you will think, no, we haven't got the budget for that, we're very tight on resources. But who is it that could sit at the table and represent the visitor economy, your destination, in a lot of conversations that are going on across the destination with different players, be they in industry, be they in the local authority. And I think, you know, a lot of local authorities have taken action. There's a lot of climate change plans that the local authorities are starting to think about. And you need to be sitting at that table so you can give the voice of the visitor economy. There are a lot of management tools out there that could help you. You know, how do you manage your destination sustainably? There are trackers that look at the local data that give you a good idea of what you could be doing going forward. There are carbon calculators, there's measurement impact tools. Weaver is a new one that's coming out that's going to be very interesting in terms of looking at environmental emissions and impact. And a lot of destinations that were using the Green Destinations Certification Scheme, which has 85 criteria that you have to meet if you want full recognition, find that an incredibly useful management tool. It gives you a roadmap of where to go next. And it can sit alongside your DMP, or you could start to build a lot of those things into your own destination management plan. You're also in a position to nudge visitor behavior. We've heard about that again today. How can you encourage your visitors to make those sustainable choices? And you can put the sustainable option in front of them as the default option. I mean, at the moment, there are quite a few destinations across the country that have landing pages on their website that are about ecotourism, about sustainable options, which is great. But they're always an add-on page. You know, there's somewhere else to go. They're for people looking for ecotourism. Why not put them on the home page If you've got businesses that are certified, and Richard and I were talking about this in Athens, they're looking at, the simple view system. It's driven by a destination, a data management system. You can put, a tick box in there for a destination that has invested in sustainable certification. These businesses have taken a lot of time and investment to be certified. You as a destination can help them, give them that bonus by promoting them and giving them more coverage. Maybe when you're doing a campaign and their businesses fits that, you could offer them, some additional or free marketing and put that sustainable offer in front of people as the default choice. You can also look at how you could adapt your marketing strategies to meet those sustainability goals that you want to achieve. As I say, you can put those sustainable businesses up front and make it very obvious for where people can come from. You can also think about which markets you should be targeting. Which are the destinations that could come to you, where could the visitors come from who have a lower carbon footprint? Transport is probably about 75 to 80% of the emissions of all destinations. Having some impact on how people arrive in your destination, and very importantly, how they move around your destination when they get there. Can you promote those sustainable transport choices? Can you get yourself a seat at the table in those discussions around the transport and local authority infrastructure, so that you can start to think about planning for a more sustainable type of transport, where you put the EV chargers, how that fits from a visitor point of view, as well as for residents. And very importantly, you're in a very good position to share and communicate your stories. And I am totally convinced that every destination that is in this room have got great stories to tell. It's just that people are not sure where to share them or whether their stories make good practice or not. And as we talked about earlier, looking at some of those international standards for sustainability can give you confidence that your story fits the bill. But the one overarching takeaway that I had from those conversations is you've just got to get started. Get started. Don't worry about getting it wrong. All those signatories that signed up for the Glasgow Declaration, they did not know where to start. Visit Scotland said, we just got round the table. We got round the table with private sector partners, with local authorities. We sat there, we had some discussions, we left our egos at the door. We just all tried to get on with something and come out with some vision. So keep on going, keep on learning, keep on sharing that experience. That is very much what these discussions were about. And I think there are four destinations here that are real leaders and are really inspiring leaders in what they're doing towards sustainability. And I spoke to representatives of all of them while I was at the conference, and they would all be very happy to come and share their experience with TMI members at our monthly Zoom meetings. So if you're interested, let me know. Visit Finland, Slovenia Green, visit Scotland, of course, and also Vancouver Island, which has moved from being a marketing organisation to a social enterprise. So there's also a destination, visit Inverness and Loch Ness, and Bryony Beck from there would be very happy to come and talk at one of the monthly meetings as well. They were the only UK destination on the Green Destinations Top 100 Stories competition this year, and I'm sure there are a lot more stories out there that we could add to that and get global recognition for the work that's being done in the UK. And I really do think we should be celebrating that. We are ahead of a lot of different countries in terms of what we've been doing here over the years, and it would be great to get that out, shared internationally, people feeling more confident about what they're doing, and that you can learn from each other and what other places are doing, the mistakes they're making, as well as the best practice. And we've tried to start that process here, at TMI, and we started that over the summer. We were working with the TMI student ambassadors, and I would like to really thank all of the ambassadors that we've talked to, and in particular 4, Megan and Lisa are here with us today, and they took time over their summer holidays to start to do some research into the destinations that they're studying in, looking for best practice on sustainable destination management. And they would be very happy to work with you if you've got good stories that you would like to share, but maybe don't have the time to write them up. Let me know, let Joyce know, who's over here, let Tom know, and we can start to put you together with the student ambassadors. They are very knowledgeable about sustainability, they're very passionate about it, and working with them will give both you and them the opportunity to start to build up those partnerships going forward. And the next generation of destination managers who are going to have to take on this problem are our students. There are a lot of them listening today, and thank you all for being here, both in the room and the students that are listening in. And they will be the future, and it's really important that we work and share our experience so that they can go forward and try and solve these huge problems we have in the future. So at that point, I want to pass over to Natalie, who's hopefully going to talk to us by video about the partnerships that she's doing and the work that she's doing with students to make sure sustainability is an integral part of destination management going forward and not just an add-on.
Hello, welcome, and thank you for this opportunity to celebrate good practice with you. My name is Dr. Natalie Semley, and I'm a lecturer in Sustainable Tourism Management at Falmouth University. I deliver on our 2-year accelerated degree programmes, which are Sustainable Tourism Management and Sustainable Festival Management, both of which occupy that intersection of management and enterprise alongside sustainability. We don't teach our students about sustainability as being a niche area of the industry like ecotourism. Instead, we explore and critique the whole industry and discover how we can change the way that we do things and how that way of thinking and seeing is fast becoming the future of the industry. They are the future of our industry. So with this thinking in mind, my intention for this presentation today is to share insight about our course with you, to encourage you all to revive and thrive together, not in isolation, and to collaborate with others for the broader good and for knowledge exchange. Now at Falmouth we launched our courses in 2020, and we did this in partnership with the Eden Project. So within this setting we're able to actually have real world assessments, we're able to work with key partners to provide our students with practical skills, as well as that strong theoretical base. These partnerships and practical applications enable our students to be at the forefront of creativity and innovation in their future careers, and we also push a focus on inclusivity and accessibility with the tourism industry as well. And it's these partnerships that I want to tell you about and to inspire you with, to seek out your own opportunities and to revive and thrive as a community. So as I say, we launched our programmes in partnership with the Eden Project. This means our students study Year 1 at the Penryn campus and Year 2 at the Eden Project, and that enables us as academics to really focus on the important subject of sustainability, and for our students to take their understanding to the real-world environment at the Eden Project. And the Eden provides then our students with real hands-on experience of the industry, and it helps them and us to actually promote sustainability within the tourism industry. The Eden team deliver guest lectures and share their industry experience with our students, whilst we as academics continue to push our students' understanding of the industry, of sustainability, and of themselves as future professionals. However, it's not our only partnership we wish to celebrate. We also have a partnership and have been accredited by Attitude is Everything. We were the first in the world to actually achieve this recognition, and we were extremely proud to have received accreditation from such an inspiring organisation. The accreditation means that the students studying on our courses gain a detailed understanding about accessibility and inclusivity. They explore the theory and also develop a thorough understanding of the best practice guidance to help make the UK and international live event industry accessible to all. It feeds into our course in Year 2, and our students are invited to complete this course, which equips them with the knowledge they need to ensure deaf and disabled audiences, artists, professionals and volunteers can play a full and equal part in live events. It's not our only other one either. I wanted to also tell you about an industry leading course that we've developed in partnership with the Greener Festival as well. Now this comes from a not-for-profit company that's committed to helping events, festivals and venues around the world to become more sustainable and to reduce environmental impacts. They provide certification and training opportunities for our students, and this collaboration is even more pertinent now with government bodies calling for environmental standards for festivals and for events to become net zero. So together we have created a course to help push sustainability in the industry and enable individuals to actually take on environmental assessments of events around the world. Now, that's us in a nutshell. That's us at Falmouth University, some of our partners and a little insight into our fabulous student body. It's just a little sneak peek into what we do and how we thrive to make a difference in academia and industry, how we support and guide our students through their journey and provide them with the skills we believe are important to their future careers. Our students are demonstrating a passion for wanting to go beyond sustainability, to leave more than just footprints and to work in a tourism industry that is regenerative and not simply just sustainable. So with that in mind and going back to the intention behind this presentation, I encourage you all to seek out opportunities for collaboration. Academia collaborating with industry, let's link up, talk, conduct research together and better understand the situation together. Venture into an academic institution, make a connection, even if it's not a TMI recognised course, because it might become one in the future. Meet their students. After all, they are the next generation of destination managers. We have all seen the developments within the TMI over the years and how important the student voice has become to practitioners. Many of you have taken on interns and provided placement opportunities for our students. Please continue to, and if you don't, think about it in the future. After all, they are already moving beyond sustainability and thinking about the future, so see them as a tool for development and moving towards a common future together. Thank you all so much for listening to me today. I really appreciate it, and thank you as well to Alison for hosting this session and for the TMI for inviting me to speak. I hope you have enjoyed your day.
Okay, just one last slide, and probably the most important, really. At TMI, we are starting to look at what we can do. We want to be able to help you as members think about how you can take your next step towards sustainability. I'm sure everybody has very different needs, doing different things. I'm very keen that we set up a sustainability working group so that we can, the things that we're thinking of doing in terms of sustainability policy for TMI, looking at sort of members' codes of conduct or statement of intent. Very importantly, looking for the resources that you need, how we can share those on the website, building up a whole body of best practice or just good practice or challenges you've had, things that we can share so that you can learn from each other. Whether you need templates around climate action plans or information about sustainability schemes for your businesses or as a destination. What is it that you need? What is it that we at TMI can do that we can share? We can share things through our website. We'll be sharing the student ambassadors' case studies on the website, and we need to know from you. So let me know. My email address is alison@acorntourism.co.uk. Speak to Tom, contact anyone on the board, but please let us know what it is you need so we can start to plan that and take that forward. And if anybody would like to join the working group, You know, maybe a couple of academics, a couple of practitioners, student ambassador. You know, we just need people where we can test ideas, be confident that that's really going to reflect what the membership might be interested in, and think about what we're going to plan. You know, we can work out the scope of work together. Everybody's busy. It's not going to be hugely onerous, but it's really about getting minds together around the table to plan how TMI can really help you going forward. So thank you very much.
As per the programme, and it's my last final slot. We're on time. We messed up in the middle a little bit, but we got there in the end. I'm going to fly through some essential things here, please. And there is a finale at the end of this. I'm supposed to summarise the day. Well, clearly you were here too, so you heard everything. But we laughed and we smiled. We had policies updated. We had insightful data. We bounced back and we sobered up. We lost a PM as well. But above all else, we were reminded constantly that we are in the happy industry. And don't ever forget that. It's so important. We have some important thank yous, and there's a pretty long list here because a lot of people were involved in today. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers, both today and also yesterday on the walking trip. I'd like to thank the camera team and techies around the corner who've been filming and recording, and I've been watching the quality of stuff going out, and it looked really, really, really good. Absolutely, kind of above all else, the Graham and the team, Robin, Fran. I mean, we've all had an involvement, but Graham, wow, you know. Fantastic success today. I think it was a success anyway. I don't know what you all think, but I'm sure. Add to that other board members, all the venues, all the hosts of places we've been. Fantastic. We've had the pleasure of having 4 of our student ambassadors who you've heard a lot about today, and I think if Amanda's here somewhere, going to help me with this. Amanda Lumley. Okay, we have something for you and I'll find it afterwards. Tees Valley Combined Authority and your partners, what can I say? Round of applause, absolutely. You've made us so welcome. You can be absolutely proud of what you've shared and shown us and the stories you've told us. Absolutely brilliant. All the other partners as well, if you convey our thanks to them, and also, you know, here at the university with the facilities have been fantastic. One of the best ever, I think. Really, really good. Lunch, brilliant. I'd like to thank the virtual guests who I think are hopefully still with us somewhere watching. And of course, thank all of you for coming. I hope you've enjoyed the experience today and yesterday if you were here. Wish you all a safe journey home. Little bit of housekeeping stuff. Please could you leave a name badge on the desk on your way out, please? And please, can we complete the questionnaire, which you have probably been emailed, possibly, looking at the clock. Any second you're going to get a questionnaire feedback form. Please fill it in, because we really do genuinely want to design these events around what you want to learn, what you want to see, places you want to visit. So please fill that in. And, you know, we've come through this period of change, and so it continues. We're going to have to redesign and think about the way we do things in the future, about events, about Zooms. Just talk to us, talk to your regional reps, email us, email me, email any of the team. Just talk to us and tell us, you know, your views, what you think. Amanda's here now, and I think we have some gifts for our 4 student reps. Thank you very much for coming over from your various universities. If you go see Amanda. And a round of applause, please. And I think the one that's gone is actually from my neck of the woods, so I can deliver that. And then for our three hosts from the Combined Authority, are they still with us, all 3? One? don't disappear just a sec. I think Amanda has a little something for you. Just a little thank you from us to say, well done, well done. And the finale time, we had a little word earlier about having just a maybe 2-minute slot at the end as we started today. And Vicky is going to come back on the stage and has 2 minutes to make you happy before your journey home. Can I just thank Vicky, because she was actually programmed to be on a train by now, but when we knew we wanted her, she actually changed the train. So thank you, Vicky. Over to you.
Yeah, round of applause for me for staying an extra hour. I know I've got my rain boots on ready, but don't judge me. Okay, so I really want to just end the day with some more happy hormones, if possible. So what I'd like you to do is, I'd like you to bring to mind somebody that matters to you, ideally somebody that's still with us in the living world. Have you got someone? Now I want you to get out your phones. Very reluctant. Don't worry, it's nothing dodgy. Send a dodgy photo. No, don't do that. But you can if you want to, depends who they are. And I want you to write them a message and say whatever you like. Why did you think of them then? Is it that you appreciate them? Is it that you love them? Is it that you miss them? Is it that you want to catch up? Or, if you don't want to say anything that soppy, I understand, you can just say, there's this crazy psychologist lady that's just making me text somebody that I thought of and I thought of you. And at least that will make them smile. Now what this does is it's a random act of kindness, which you might have heard of, and a random act of kindness is like a snowball for positive hormones. So not only will you feel good sending this message, because you will, the receiver will no doubt feel a little fuzzy, warm glow, and that's called oxytocin. And if they're having a stressful time, or they've just had something happen, like they've spilt their coffee or whatever it might be, then it will help them to get through that little moment. And it'll let them know that somebody cares, which is exponentially brilliant in terms of the well-being world, because we need that. It will connect you both. And then what might happen, just might, is you might get a lovely reply from them later on. And then that will make you feel better. And so the pyramid of happiness keeps on growing. And it also makes you both more likely to do good things for other people on your journey home, smile at people. You might have a giggle on the train when you get the text message back, or a dodgy photo in return, if that's what you've decided to do. So please do let me know on social media if it's clean, what you got back, whether it was a nice message, and, and enjoy the moment, because I want some positivity. I've got a long route home as well, so I'd like the positivity as well. So I'm going to leave you there, but keep the happy hormones going. Do connect with me. I know a lot of you have, so thanks for that. I've posted about today. I'm always posting inspirational things, hopefully, on Instagram and LinkedIn and Twitter. So please do follow and connect with me. And if you want to talk about the well-being economy or anything else like sustainable happiness, I think it's also aligned with what you've been talking about today, then I'd be happy to talk more. So thank you so much for inviting me, and have a safe trip home. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, that's the conclusion, and I can see the smiles, so it worked. Thank you so much, Vicky. Great way to finish the day. Thank you.